Chapter 934, Lure. Chapter 934, Lure. Proofreader, Papatonks. Brother Dan, we can't stop this strange black flame even as it eats it away. It won't do us any good if we just stay here in this tight place. Looking from the ever-expanding Black Sea, Shangguan Feiyun turned a nervous glance to Danqing Shun. The man shouted, "All right." He pointed 2 fingers at the sky and a soaring sword of energy shot out in a loud boom, letting the sun cast light in this dark place, while also shedding some light on the demonic black thunder flame whoosh. Looking at the clear sky with a stray cloud here and there, Danqing Shun hoisted Bailey Jingwei on his shoulder and flew away from the black flame. As the flames latched on his Yuan Qi shield and crept all over it, Danqing Shun shook once and sent his shield away from himself, letting the flames chip away at it from a safe distance, disappearing once their meal was finished. Whoosh. Shangguan Feiyun and a few strong Genesis stage guards arrived, shedding the terrifying flames in the same manner Danqing Shun did. They were at last out of danger and could breathe easier. These mighty and respected Genesis stage experts had just escaped a brush with death, something that hardly happened to them. The more they watched the thunder flames swallow the manor, the deeper their fear ran. What the hell is this? Why is it so horrible? Of the 50 or so guards in the tunnel, only 5 escaped. It was testament to the warranted fear they had for the black thunder flame, and of its destruction. The flames kept spreading, eating and destroying all of the manor, and they were powerless to stop it. Shangguan Feiyun stood there stunned, his face grave from the dangerous experience. It was a first for him, to see his men die out without even making a sound. It echoed in him the same amount of powerlessness he saw in them. There was a limit to what a man could do, a saying he would not soon forget. "Prime Minister, Brother Dan, what is this thing? Do any of you know?" Shangguan Feiyun flew over to them and spoke with no little shock in his voice. "It's just a flame, but Yuan Qi can't stop it nor break it. Only by letting it consume everything will it make it stop. The only reason we're still here talking is because we had the Yuan Qi to keep it at bay. Any stronger and even this Sword King would have fallen. This is absurd." Bailey Jingwei and Danqing Shun nodded gravely. Danqing Shun kept the knowledge about it and Zhuofan to himself, while Bailey Jingwei grimaced. "It's not a question of what, but how strong. With this black flame, nothing in the world can stop it. We've only survived it because its power has a limit. Yet even so, it still managed to threaten the likes of a Sword King. Sword Kings think for a second. We've been hard-pressed to use Yuan Qi and keep the flames away, but if just one mote touched us, we'd be dead." Shangguan Feiyun shook and Danqing Shun's voice cracked in shock. "The black flame needs but a touch and nothing will remain of us." Bailey Jingwei sighed. "Such a deadly power is hard for even a Sword King to escape." "Then what about Patriarch? This is our first time seeing such a thing. But what if there'll be more of it? Then—" Bailey Jingwei trailed off, but Shangguan Feiyun understood his worry loud and clear. "There just has to be more of this thing, and it could drive fear even into Invincible Sword. The question is, where did this outrageous thing come from?" Shangguan Feiyun frowned, while Bailey Jingwei was lost in worries. In any case, Shangguan Yulin's detonation has something to do with the Shangguan clan. Bailey Jingwei spoke coldly. Shangguan Feiyun cursed. "Those bastards must be behind it. I don't know where they got this dangerous thing, but they stuffed it in the brat and got him to explode. It was clearly aimed at us. I was right to be wary of the detonation even if its blast was meager. Any carelessness from my part and the flame would have eaten me alive. Damn you, Shangguan Feixiong, and your cruelty." Shangguan Feixiong. Shangguan Feiyun had instantly dumped all the blame behind this devious and savage attack on his brother. But Bailey Jingwei frowned. Would such a kind and upright clan head resort to something so vile? Let's not forget that the mind behind everything is still Gu-boom. A sudden distant explosion cut off his words. The trio jerked, and looked over in its direction. From the manor's east side, a surge of power came, followed by a most familiar sword energy. Shangguan clan's soaring sword art. Shangguan Feiyun gnashed his teeth. Prime Minister Bailey, see that? They just took an attempt on our lives. They had Shangguan Yulin blow up in our faces while the main force was charging in. They want to take my head in case I escaped alive. Humph, there's no way they'll get rid of me that easily. Shangguan Feiyun shot towards the scene. The rest looked at the spreading sea of black and went after him. It was better to fight with the Sword King than stay here. Powerless, Sword King Feiyun, wait. Bailey Jingwei cried, but Shangguan Feiyun's anger deafened him to anything but his target. Bailey Jingwei squinted and looked back at the flames. He sighed and gave Dan Shen a look. Flying together after Shangguan Feiyun, all the excitement and suddenness had made them blind to the on and off red infant going deeper into the flames, and using them for cover it went through the tunnel filled with flames and arrived to where the weakened Gu Santong rested. Young Sanzi. Gu Santong shook at the familiar voice and smiled. Dad, you're here. Of course I am. I've come to get you out. The blood infant turned into a pitch-black sword floating under Gu Santong. It then took the child and disappeared without a trace. Shangguan Feixiong had come with his 3 venerables and the Genesis stage experts to cause a scene in an area of the manor. They burned and killed without stopping, as no guard could match the power of the 3 venerables, not when they could hold back a Sword King. What was more, there were few guards around, far weaker than the carefully picked Shangguan experts. Boom. A string of sword energies were unleashed, wreaking havoc to anything that moved as lavish buildings fell around him. Shangguan Feiyun hovered in the air and heard hundreds of people coming over. Damn it, the guards are mobilizing here. Did the brat do it? I don't know if Shangguan Feiyun and the rest are with them. It will make getting out with just 10 men hard. It may even require to leave some behind. Shangguan Feixiong, you rotten relic, you sent me a suicide bomber and almost cost me my life. I'll make sure you'll never walking out of here alive. Shangguan Feiyun roared as he stormed over. Shangguan Feixiong saw Shangguan Feiyun coming at him like a storm, with Dan Shen and Bailey Jingwei not far behind. He ordered, everyone fall back. They took the bait. The rest of the Shangguan clansmen, enjoying senseless violence, shot off at once, leaving this place a broken pile of junk and destruction. Chapter 935, Joint Tactics. Chapter 935, Joint Tactics. Proofreader, Papatongs. Shangguan Feiyun just arrived and Shangguan Feixiong was gone with his team. It only worked to drive his fury ever higher, cursing at their fading figures. Damn lily-livered fossil. Seeing me here got you shaking in your boots? You're nothing. Since you can't beat me, you resort to living bombs? Even an old coot like you has fallen so low. But if you're to send a human bomb, you could at least go all the way and send a Genesis stage expert. What was the point of a fresh soul harmony punk? And you call yourselves heroes? If you're dirtying your hands, go all the way, not act like the cowards and useless bag of bones you are. What a Shangguan clan head you turned out to be. Shangguan Feiyun's mouth was an endless well of curses born out of the hatred and rage from the earlier blast he had been under. He did not only aim for Shangguan Feixiong's shamelessness but also Shangguan Yulin's weakness. Unable to harm him at all, the soul of Shangguan Yulin would have fallen into depression if he heard it from whatever hell he was in. Why me? I'm just the messenger. How did I even die? He just went out with a bang without even knowing. The thunder flame then consumed his soul, robbing him of any chance of survival. One could say he was a poor, unfortunate soul. PN. Any Little Mermaid fans out there? Never knowing what got him even after death. But the moment he decided to be Zhuofan's messenger was the second his fate as martyr was set in stone, taking one for the noble cause of this demonic emperor's grand rescue plan. Zhuofan had no intention to send any messages, only to send him to his death. That stuff with deals and exchanges was only an excuse. Sword King Feiyun, save your breath. They never were after you. You're cursing the wrong tree. Whoosh. Dan Shen and Bailey Jingwei arrived, and the latter shook his head seeing the Sword King consumed by rage. A man of status he is, but only a martial practitioner at heart, unable to escape his crude disposition. Shangguan Feiyun shook and asked, "What's that, Prime Minister? They didn't want me dead? What about that detonation and then that sudden attack? I have lost the soaring sword, so their only reason to come here is to go after my life. Not to mention the punk blew up right next to me. If that isn't already obvious, what is? How is that not an attempt on my life?" "Ha ha ha, Sword King Feiyun, everyone knows how amazing you are." Bailey Jingwei shook his head. "If they were after your head, they'd come up with a far more intricate plan and not some hasty idea. Just look at yourself, there's not a hair out of place. That's being cautious, blocking the black flame in time. The flame is deadly, but your instincts are much honed as a Sword King than any other Genesis stage expert. Not even a Soul Harmony Kid's detonation can escape your senses. It's easy to tell from the sudden surge that a detonation was coming as well. The only way the ambush would have worked was if they used one in the same stage." Bailey Jingwei gave a wry smile. "Sword King, you need to think about it. What kind of a ambush points to using a tactic that guarantees not to take the target down?" Shangguan Feiyun shook and exclaimed, "Prime Minister, you mean? They just wanted us to think it was a temporary attempt on your life." Bailey Jingwei had a creepy smile on his face. Shangguan Feiyun's heart jumped in shock. "Temporary?" "Yes." Bailey Jingwei laughed. "For Sword King to understand it better, I invite you to go back to the secret room together, ha ha ha." Bailey Jingwei flew with Dan Qingxin as his loyal guard. Shangguan Feiyun was quick to follow back at the tunnel of the Sea of Black Flames. Only a few motes remained here and there. Shangguan Feiyun waved his sleeve and sent the still burning rocks in the tunnel away. This cleared the way for the trio. The tunnel was just as narrow, just that its length was now cut in half, making it easy for them to reach the room. Dan Qingxin and Shangguan Feiyun gasped to see the bed empty. Sensing the cold sheets, they knew the child was long gone. Shangguan Feiyun cried out, "Where is he? When did he leave?" "Rescued while the attacking Shangguan clan drew our attention." Bailey Jingwei analyzed. Shangguan Feiyun shuddered and gasped, "Prime Minister, you knew? From the very start." Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone and smirked. "Our opponent wasn't the Shangguan clan but Gu Yifan." Shangguan Feiyun cried out, "Him? How did he do it? Didn't we agree on an exchange?" "Why, we did agree, but do you trust ourselves to let the father and son go free after we got the soaring sword?" Bailey Jingwei shook his head. "If I don't trust the deal, then you can be sure Gu Yifan won't either. The soaring sword is his leverage. Once removed, nothing can stop us from killing him. How far do you think a Radiant Stage father can run with his injured son? It makes sense he'd need Shangguan clan's cover. But would they help him without the soaring sword? From the start, he never planned on following through on the deal, only after taking our bargaining chip." Bailey Jingwei looked around the empty room and chuckled. "I have yet to figure out how he slipped in and succeeded in taking his son through the chaos, but the minute Shangguan Yulin demanded to see the child, I knew he planned a rescue. The rest were a series of plans. Shangguan Yulin's detonation, then the Black Flame's invasion of the tunnel, all a show of strength to unbalance our state of mind. Anxiety causes men to be irrational and fall for his trap. That's why I said, Sword King Feiyun, that the attempt on you was temporary. If you had calmed down and discovered the child was missing, you'd see the target wasn't you to begin with." Shangguan Feiyun's brow shook, looking tense at Bailey Jingwei and nodding. "Everything makes sense now." Next came Shangguan Feixiong, leaving as quickly as they attacked, to lure us away. This was all to enrage and strike at your name. So Sword King Feiyun would believe this was an attempt on yourself, so you'd strike in anger and away from here. Then there's the black flame covering the tunnel. With the guards fearful of it, the only sensible thing for them was to follow you. Bailey Jingwei smiled as he unraveled the mystery. This gave him the opening to slip in when no one was around and save the child. He had Shangguan Yulin deliver a message, so he'd ingrain in our minds that we'd make the exchange in 2 weeks, and anything that happened within this time was out of his hands. This led to us immediately believing it to be the Shangguan clan behind Shangguan Yulin's detonation, while excluding him as being part of the equation. Ha ha ha, Gu Yifan makes us feel a swirl of emotions all at the same time. Truly amazing how his schemes are so meticulous. I've traveled the 5 lands for years but not once met with such a thorny opponent. Just thinking about holding his head fills me with a sense of achievement. Bailey Jingwei cackled. Shangguan Feiyun nodded, feeling his back soaked. He's fast, precise and deadly, stooping to any low. A more twisted mind on this earth is hard to come by. Then there's the fact he had the Shangguan clan's 10 experts work with him to get his son, with no casualties. At least he's not part of the Shangguan clan, or it would have turned dire. This is the core of every manipulator, not personal strength, but turning every pawn around him into a deadly weapon. The worst danger Central Area's Sword Star Empire can have right now is if by some chance the 4 lands place value on Gu Yifan. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed with murder as he spoke with resolve. We have to get rid of him now once and for all. Shangguan Feiyun stared at his hateful face and nodded. He is a very real danger, but has Prime Minister ever thought of winning him? Not even once. Bailey Jingwei shook his head. I have said once that I don't like anyone like me. I alone am enough to govern the Central Area. I certainly don't need a second one, and certainly not Gu Yifan. Dan Qingshen played the silent observer. He had never seen Bailey Jingwei so agitated. He feels his authority being questioned, his position. Chapter 936, Outdoing. Chapter 936, Outdoing. Proofreader, Papatonks. With the entire string of events clinically presented to him, it dawned on Shangguan Feiyun what it all represented. Though, like in anything, doubts still remained. Prime Minister, you knew this was going to happen, so why didn't you stop us from falling into his trap? Sword King Feiyun, you're underestimating Gu Yifan. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Ever since my previous interaction with him, it should be obvious just how meticulous he is. If we were to set up a counter for him, he'd see it at a glance, making the endeavor pointless. I want not just the sword, but his life as well. Now that such a cunning devil finally walked into our domain, I would shame his kind intentions and heaven's gift letting this chance slip, now won't I? Humph. Shangguan Feiyun nodded after a pause. Prime Minister is right. You can't bring a small hook to catch such a big fish. He's unlike that simple-minded Shangguan Feixiong. But does this mean Prime Minister knows where he's going after saving the brat? Brother Feiyun, don't you find the question redundant? Just look at Prime Minister brimming with confidence, ha ha ha. Dan Qingshen smiled and turned to Bailey Jingwei. I dare venture a guess that Prime Minister Bailey already has everything under his control. Bailey Jingwei couldn't stop himself from laughing. Dragon-cleaving Sword King is truly a close friend. Yes, I have everything ready. Then where is he? Shangguan Feiyun asked eagerly. Bailey Jingwei waved his hand, his eyes shining as he spoke. Humph. The punk's key to his joint tactics was speed. From the moment Shangguan Yulin detonated to Shangguan Yulin's strike, they all happened at perfect timing and speed. It was enough for just one aspect to be offbeat by one step, and it would have ended in disaster. Speed also dictates the rushed actions he took, resorting to haste and leaving many oversights unattended. This joint tactics demanded that of him, to not be as cautious. Now all he's doing is being on the run as far away as possible, with little attention to anything else. Therein lies our success in beating him and outdoing him, with even more speed. Bailey Jingwei had a prideful smirk on his face as he took out a vial. Opening it, he shook it and something green landed in his palm, finger-sized and wiggling. First-level spiritual beast, lovesick larva? Shangguan Feiyun gasped and eagerly awaited Bailey Jingwei's answer. The Prime Minister nodded with a smile. Lovesick larva, yes. The red bean trees in the south grow / by spring they yield in heaps above. / I hope you pluck in plenty soon, / because it is the gift of love. It yearns for those beans, and its lack of spiritual energy only classify it as a simple insect, but there's one thing it excels at that dwarfs other spiritual beast. It's what earns its place among them. Lovesickness by Wang Wei, Tang Dynasty. The pair of larvae, even leagues apart, all they'd yearn for is to be together again, to show his lovesickness. Danqing Xin sighed between the heaven and earth, nodded. That's exactly right, dragon-cleaving sword king. The lovesick larvae come in pairs, intertwined always until the very moment of death, and ever loyal in love. Even if worlds apart, the two insects will eventually find each other again. That's why happy couples and sweethearts give each other one to proclaim their undying love. Humph, the larvae are inseparable, but their owner, always saying goodbye in love and hate, so how many are there that their love lasts until the end? Aren't men worse than bugs? Ha ha ha, Shangguan Feiyun mocked. Bailey Jingwei nodded. People are far more complex than this simple pair of insects. Most often than not, these larvae aren't used to proclaim undying love, or chase skirts, but in a much more practical way. Separate the two, with the male placed on oneself while the female crushed to be refined into the 1,000 leagues scent. Though named scent, it is odorless and colorless. Not even Genesis stage expert can find it. Only this male larva always crawls towards her direction undeterred. That's what makes it the best tracking method. Does that mean Prime Minister smeared the 1,000 leagues scent on the brat? When? Shangguan Feiyun lit up at the promising idea. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Of course, right when I was checking his pulse. Gu Yifan must have no idea I've long since planted the perfect bait for him. Though it won't change even if he does realize. His plan is based on speed and has no time to check for details. That is unless he threw the brat away, but then it would mean all his work would go to waste. So he'll bet that I did not take precautions. But you can see that he clearly lost, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei laughed and Shangguan Feiyun joined him. Danqing Xin just watched them with a shake of his head. His saddened eyes landing on the lovesick larva. The world had such devoted and love-struck beings, only to end up being a tool for humans and their twisted plans. The heavens are so cruel, following with pain after every success. Will the upright and righteous path of the world ever prevail in winning over the demons plaguing our hearts? Sword King Feiyun, we now have his direction. We'll give chase and grab the divine sword from his stiff cold hands. In minutes, the lovesick larva found the scent of his better half, struggling to reach her. Nothing could dissuade it from reaching her, not the impossible journey nor the slow crawl. Its efforts brought a smile to Bailey Jingwei's face, his eyes shining with cruelty as he signaled for Sword King Feiyun to go on a hunt. Danqing Xin took a deep breath, following them close. As the demonic sword took Gu Santong out of the manor, Zhuofan fled as well. He held Gu Santong close and ran like the wind, with the demonic sword slipping back in his body. Per Bailey Jingwei's speculation, Zhuofan was focused on speed and wanted to put as much distance as he could between them before taking young Sanzi somewhere safe to heal. Holding a Gu Santong that never once got a scratch, now hanging by a thread, plagued Zhuofan's mind. Whoosh! Zhuofan rushed through the air, not stopping for anything. This hour of flight had taken him 1,000 miles off Flying Cloud City. With Shangguan Yulin's detonation and Shangguan Feixiong's sudden attack, the chaos at the manor drew all the experts in Flying Cloud City over. This gave Zhuofan a clear path to get out with ease. Zhuofan's lure was not only for Shangguan Feiyun and Bailey Jingwei, but for all the guards in the city and manor. It thus made his extraction easier, just like he expected, and as Bailey Jingwei foresaw. Zhuofan's eyes flash, feeling in control. With the wind whipping around his face, Gu Santong awoke now and then to find himself in a warm and strong embrace and in safety. Looking at the familiar face, Gu Santong winced and felt forlorn for some reason, having never had to rely on his godfather until now, and tears flowed without stop. Dad, you came back for me. Of course I did. Who else would come save my son if not I? Zhuofan looked stern but smiled in comfort at seeing his missing godson these past days. Gu Santong's lips quivered as he apologized. Dad, I'm sorry. Why would you be? You did nothing wrong. I've been so stubborn and Father's perfect plan, it's all on me. I rushed in and got Dad worried and endangered you to come save me. Gu Santong sobbed, unable to finish his thoughts. As his cheeks were streaked with tears, his heart was wrecked by regret. Zhuofan looked at him in silence, flying farther and farther away. Chapter 937, All-encompassing love. Chapter 937, All-encompassing love. Proofreader, Papatonks. Gu Santong cried for a long time, even as his first tears dried, with Zhuofan smiling. Young Sanzi. Ah! Since you admit you're at fault, given the chance to do it again, would you still save the wench? Gu Santong shook and tensed as he got lost in thought. When he replied, he gave a weak nod. Yes, father. Oh? Then why would you repeat the same mistake? Zhuofan flew as he looked at him with a flat look. Gu Santong sighed. Because I want Auntie to be safe. Then why do you say it's your fault? I meant for making you worried and risking yourself for me. But I couldn't watch Auntie, who was always nice to me, be hurt. That's why I'd save Auntie again if I could, but I don't want Father to be in danger because of me either. Gu Santong's fidgeting betrayed his nervousness. Zhuofan spoke calmly. Young Sanzi, then you shouldn't say sorry. Father. Gu Santong shook, looking stunned. Zhuofan's cold tone sounded angry to him. Then Zhuofan sighed and smiled. We've all been young and rash once. We've all made mistakes. Right and wrong are relative, not set in stone. As long as you think it's right, give it your all. Even if it's wrong, as long as it's worth it for you, do it if you are ready to face the consequences of your choice. A real man doesn't utter apologies lightly, or they would hold no value. A man needs to be liable, regardless of wrong or right. Since you saved the wench, you need to be responsible for what follows, including having me spare the effort to save you, even my life. No, Dad, I never wanted you. Zhuofan's words sounded like his will, and Gu Santong was only getting frightened as he cried. Zhuofan chuckled. Think thrice before acting, young Sanzi. You're not the same as before. Your every move has ramifications. Since you couldn't let the wench get hurt, does that mean I could leave you be? I'm your dad. Gu Santong's lip trembled, overwhelmed by his love. This was a father, one who would accept him as he was in his entirety. Gu Santong experienced for the first time Zhuofan's endless love he had for his son, feeling this father reliable. It had always been the case of Zhuofan being the weaker one and needed his help, accepting every time because of the fondness of having a dad. Only now, when he was in trouble, he felt his father's arms protecting him. Zhuofan had become his everything, not just a mere godfather, but a true father, one such as he could always lean on. Also, is there anything a father and son can't talk about? If you wanted to save the girl, you could have just told me and I would've. Zhuofan continued, although my attention has been lapsing that day from always focusing on sealing the falls and never noticing your changes. It's my fault and I should be the one to apologize. Zhuofan sighed with guilt. Gu Santong's regret only grew at his words. No. It's all on me. I always thought Dad's attention was only on the whirlwind tunnel, ignoring everything else. All plans were coming to a head all at once, and did not want to say anything, fearing you might yell at me. Zhuofan shook and regarded Gu Santong's gloomy face. My own son thinks I'm so cold and unreasonable? That might have been before. Young Sanzi, listen closely. All-encompassing love. We are family. What you like I'll make all efforts to like as well. Trust me from now on. Zhuofan was resolute as he stared at Gu Santong, looking deep in his father's eyes. Gu Santong bobbed his head, finally showing his usually bright smile. Zhuofan smiled back in relief. As the father and son grew closer as family, a cackle from behind startled them. Ha ha ha, got you now, Gu Yifun. Try and escape this time. Zhuofan's eyes hardened and looked back with a sinking feeling. Those rotten bastards caught up too fast. Whoosh. 3 pretty trails were left in the sky as Shangguan Feiyun, Beili Jingwei and Dan Xingxin appeared. Though Dan Shen carried Bailey Jingwei since his speed was limited, the wisest man in the Empire and 2 Sword Kings were hot on Zhuofan's tail. Their power slammed into him and made him gasp, his frown deepening. How did they get here so soon? It's like they knew our heading. Gu Santong cried out. Zhuofan stomped harder with Gu Santong in his arms. It's obvious they've done something to you so these dogs could sniff you out. I drew them. Gu Santong's eyes shook, feeling ashamed. Dad, forgive me. Young Sanzi, what did I say? A man shouldn't always apologize. Then Zhuofan smirked. Besides, it's all within my calculations. Truly. Trust your dad. Whoosh. Zhuofan sped up, his eyes flashing with cold determination. It was not like Sword Kings were hot on his tail, but mere wild dogs the odds were. Hardly anyone in the whole central area actually got away from any of these 3 big shots. But Zhuofan was confident in his skills, going fast while holding his happy son Shangguan Feiyin cussed. He just won't give up. Does he really think he can escape from the likes of us? Then again, it's not like we'll show mercy even if he stops, ha ha ha. Gu Yifan must be removed. Bailey Jingwei gave a vile snicker, looking at the larva in his hand crawling for Zhuofan, and mocked. His son has 1,000 leagues sent on him, and not even a teleportation array can throw us off. The more frantic he is in his run, the worse his already dying son will be. Let's see how he'll deal with that, ha ha ha. Prime Minister Bailey, you might find torturing him fun, but I'm done waiting. Shangguan Feiyin swiped his fingers at Zhuofan. Gu Yifan, hand over the soaring sword and I'll spare you, or else. Whoosh. A sword wave in the form of soaring sword shot for Zhuofan, its sharp edge making his spine tingle, like death was crawling up his back. He reacted by leaning out of the attack's direction. Whoosh. The sharp edge glanced by his cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. It exploded in a distant mountain range, leveling everything for 100 miles. The shockwave came seconds later and staggered Zhuofan's pace as he faced it head-on in his run. What he saw before him was a thick cloud of dust, dyeing the sky yellow as it covered even the sun. To Zhuofan, it felt like the wall of dust was there to block him from moving forward. Zhuofan had no choice but to stop, his face grave. A Sword King's power sure is something. One strike was all that was needed to block him. His only choice now was to go all out. Squinting, Zhuofan twisted around and let the black thunder flame flash in his left eye while his right eye shone in golden halos, ready to stake it all. Chapter 938. Fighting a Sword King. Chapter 938. Fighting a Sword King. Proofreader, Papatonks. Shangguan Feiyin stopped 1,000 meters away with a sardonic smile. Why, Grandmaster Gu, tired of running, perhaps? When a fight's unavoidable, no amount of running will change things. Zhuofan smirked back, his one last hurrah before dying. Quite heroic, one might say. Shangguan Feiyin grinned. Fight? Grandmaster Gu, you alright there? Why would you fight me? Do you even have the strength? Ha ha ha. Regardless if I have or not, I won't just let you take me without a struggle. Zhuofan huffed and held Gu Yifan tighter. Besides, my name might even travel to every corner, talking about my honorable death fighting a Sword King. What's the difference from all others you killed, you ask? I, Gu Yifan, have become a 11th grade alchemist at such a young age, a heaven's favorite one might say. I shall never go down without a few ripples. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feiyin eyed him as his cocky words stabbed his ears. He turned to Bailey Jingwei and mocked. I say, Gu Yifan just doesn't know when to quit. Even in death he wants to be on top, remembered through the ages. Youngsters are filled with ambition, there's nothing odd about that. Between dying nameless like mowed grass and going down with dignity with their names spread throughout the world, anyone would always choose the latter. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Grandmaster Gu, you very much know I have a soft spot for talents. You more than qualify to be one. So give us the soaring sword, and why not think about giving your service to the Emperor? Bailey Jingwei sounded sincere, but all Zhuofan did was mock him for it. Prime Minister Bailey does like talents, but in my short year in the central area, I've not once heard of any notable brilliant people in Prime Minister's service. Could it be that the wide and expansive central area has none? Or is it likelier that Prime Minister's wisdom outshines everyone else's? That doesn't sound right either. With Sir's virtuous nature, how can you do that? It's better to say that Sir had been at odds with them when. Shangguan Feiyun hid a snicker while peeking over at Bailey Jingwei. Gu Yifan sure is a genius. He's like a god or something to figure it all out. Bailey Jingwei loved his talents but to a point. He could employ all of them under his wing, but there was just one type that he abhorred the most, those like him, good in politics. He'd strike hard and fast, out of fear of being replaced. This empire was just not big enough for two prime ministers. Bailey Jingwei would have happily welcomed Gu Yifan into his fold, so long as he was but an outstanding alchemist and only that. But late events showed time and time again what a twisted and calculative mind he had, not unlike Bailey Jingwei. By bringing him to the empire, the prime minister's post might just slip from under him. Gu Yifan had to die here and now beyond any shadow of a doubt. Stealing the soaring sword had nothing to do with it, but just because Bailey Jingwei found him an eyesore. Grandmaster Gu has some good eyes, haha. Bailey Jingwei's face twitched. Since Grandmaster Gu insists on this action, I won't dissuade you any longer. While I understand you don't care about yourself, but what about the other life involved? Grandmaster Gu just has to give us the soaring sword and I promise your son's safety. Zhuofan turned to Gu Santong, seeing the determination in his eyes, and chuckled. Prime Minister, there's no need to toy with me. My son is just like me, and I'm sure you've already seen this. Rooting out the weeds isn't uncommon. None of you would be so willing to let your enemy's son live, now would you? Ha ha ha, Prime Minister should save his breath. The both of us will live or die together in this fight. Zhuofan used his belt to tie Gu Santong close to him, filled with the will to die. His son was no different. Shangguan Feiyun was touched by their determination. They were sure to become great in the future. A shame it will be cut short today. Since Grandmaster Gu can't see reason, I'll oblige. Lacking the appreciation a fellow warrior would have of another's valor, Bailey Jingwei signaled Shangguan Feiyun. Shangguan Feiyun, send them off. Shangguan Feiyun nodded and swiped with his fingers, unleashing a terrible energy rumbling forward, giving the feeling the world might collapse. Zhuofan's brow shook, watching the fingers intently as sweat trickled down his brow. He wouldn't last 5 moves against Sword King Feiyun, but then again, he wasn't in it to win, but to survive. Therein lay the slim chance at life. He was now following the plan he made, but each step was accompanied by mortal danger. One slip and nothing would remain of him. He found the best solution was to get a mortal wound and then escape, since anyone would disregard a dying person. Waves of power came from those 2 fingers, shaking the world around them. Zhuofan's right eye flashed in golden halos, ready to act even as sweat poured from his brow. Shangguan Feiyun's sword had such power and speed that not even shift might get him out of the woods. The only hope of survival was to use it the instant the attack was released. Any later and life was forfeit. Any later and the enemy would notice and just switch directions, resulting in death. Life and death hung on that one tiny window. There was no room for errors. Zhuofan was under a lot of pressure because of it, as this was his first time facing a Sword King, the peak power of the mortal domain. The soaked back attested to that. Whoosh! Shangguan Feiyun moved his fingers in Zhuofan's direction and the sword was released. It was then Zhuofan's divine eye of the void activated. Just as the attack reached Zhuofan, he flickered and was gone. The sword struck the wall of dust behind, blowing it away. He dodged it? How? Shangguan Feiyun exclaimed. But soon there was a ripple coming from his front. Zhuofan wasn't going for an escape, but to attack a Sword King. All of them were shocked. How much nerve does this punk have? His keen senses made him aware of Zhuofan's location, and although shocked, Shangguan Feiyun used his Yuan Qi again to form sword energy in his fingers, even as Zhuofan was in the middle of appearing. Shangguan Feiyun's second attack was ready just as he became visible and mocked Zhuofan. "Humph, you have some guts to face me instead of running. You must really have a death wish." Thunder Flame Void Annihilation. His right eye flashed in two golden halos while his right burned, unleashing the attack he had in store. The thunder flame shot for Shangguan Feiyun like a black pillar of death. Right for his head. Shangguan Feiyun shook from seeing the deadly thunder flame again, and his heart jumped in fright. He was frantic in using a Yuan Qi shield, doing anything he could to keep that thing from touching him, all while his second sword struck Zhuofan. At such close range, Zhuofan had no chance of dodging or running. Not even his soul would survive this. This great and deadly power made Zhuofan's face burn and his scalp numb. It was now reality that had strayed from Zhuofan's flawless predictions. Shangguan Feiyun, who had always been looking down on him so far, had been so scared he began to take the youth seriously. It was at the same time that he felt threatened from the core of his heart. Chapter 939, Shock. Chapter 939, Shock. Proofreader, Papatonks. With a muffled sound, the black thunder flame struck, but unlike sticking to the Yuan Qi shield as before, it went right through it like paper and straight for his flesh. Shangguan Feiyun panicked in fear, overwhelmed by the power of the thunder flame going beyond his expectation. What Shangguan Yulin had demonstrated through his detonation was the thunder flame's intrinsic power. Not when it was used as a skill like now. As for the Thunder Flame Void Annihilation, that was Zhuofan combining his two ultimate skills, to break any kind of obstacle and letting the Thunder Flame's deadly nature capitalize on its true power. What could a measly Yuan Qi shield amount to when it could cut through the Shangguan clan's 12th grade array made with all their experts? With fear vivid in his look and with terror in his heart, Shangguan Feiyun rushed to dodge this deadly move. This in turn affected his aim on the sword that was meant for Zhuofan, leading to it shooting someplace else and leveling another 50 miles area, turning into a dust storm. The destructive black thunder flame streaked past his shoulder and far beyond. Shangguan Feiyun felt its vibrant and burning power as it passed, making his blood run cold. The amount of times the great best in eastern lands, now a sword king, felt such unfiltered terror from his incredibly close brush with death could be counted on one hand. It was far too soon to relax though, as sizzling jarred his ears. He whipped his head around and the view had his legs feeling like jelly. The deadly black flames were on his clothes and were eating their way to his body. Shangguan Feiyun shook at once and used Yuan Qi to shake the clothing off, making the flames die out as the remnants of clothing burned out. Whoosh! Then another sound entered his ears, and watched as Zhuofan with young Sanzi in his arms, appeared again in front. His left eye was filled with violent black flames, while his right shone in two golden halos, planning to make a repeat of the previous move, but the horror had been too memorable for Shangguan Feiyun the first time to allow it to happen again. Not even facing death felt so horrible. Shangguan Feiyun saw Zhuofan appearing and jumped back with no delay, 10 kilometers in fact. When he finally sensed some semblance of safety, he eased a breath he didn't know he was holding, feeling drained as if from a fight with invincible sword. He gasped for breath, his feeble legs barely keeping him from falling. There was even a conspicuous change in color on Sword King Shangguan's pants, quite obvious to any observer. Bailey Jingwei and Dan Qingshen had their jaws hanging. Come on, Sword King Feiyun. You're supposed to be a Sword King, so what are you doing looking so worn out after an exchange with a puny Radiant Stage cultivator? What a scandal! Your top is naked for having your clothes ruined and your lower half wet from being scared to death by a measly Radiant Stage alchemist. Bailey Jingwei's mouth twitched, anger clearly showing. Just as he was about to curse, he then understood the Thunderflame's fatal danger. So Prime Minister looked heavily at the panting Zhuofan. Gu Yifan wasn't just making wild boasting when he said he'd fight a Sword King. This kid is truly frightening. Dan Qingshen nodded. The Black Flame's power can kill a Sword King. If only he was a bit stronger, then that attack. He stopped, hearing the snapping of Bailey Jingwei's knuckles and his heavy tone. There's no way he'll get any stronger. First I wanted to kill him because I wanted to, but now it's for the safety of the Empire. There can only be one invincible sword in this world. There's no room for a second dreaded existence. Dan Qingshen's brow shook, his eyes flashing, the boy's too outstanding. And then there's that black flame that can threaten a sword king from as weak as a radiant stage. He will become the second invincible sword. Bailey Jingwei is sure to even disregard the soaring sword if it means killing him. Dan Qingshen held his beard, deep in thought. Shangguan Feiyun was looking worse for wear. Then the anger exploded from him as he glared at Zhuo Fan with bloodthirst. I'll not stand this punk for drawing another breath after that humiliation. Shangguan Feiyun brought his fingers out and struck with another sword. He no longer looked casual, but focused like when fighting an equal, while keeping his senses sharp for any disturbance within a kilometer, just in case. Zhuo Fan sighed, I know I'm still too weak to deal with a sword king. Any other Genesis stage cultivator would have burned alive by now. After attacking a sword king, if the first time failed, the second time would never present itself, though it all fell within his parameters, thus taking the sensible option and bolting. Bailey Jingwei and Dan Qingshen did not follow, knowing Zhuo Fan was Shangguan Feiyun's prey. He was not about to let this guy escape. It's a bit late for that. Shangguan Feiyun snickered out of reflex, his fingers shining as he unleashed a world-shaking surge of power. No matter how far Zhuo Fan got, it would still kill him. This was the terrible power of a sword king. Zhuo Fan could shake him with his earlier display of Thunderflame, but that was all he could muster. Shangguan Feiyun was more clear on this than any as he spoke after calming down. Humph, Gu Yifan, I got to hand it to you, you're a real genius. You've excelled in strength and in alchemy. That flame of yours had me running scared there, and given time, you might kill me one day, becoming the next overlord to this world. Too bad you showed yourself so soon, and you won't get the chance. I'll make sure of it. That black flame is only useful if it touches me. Gu Yifan, you have no chance now. Shangguan Feiyun swiped his fingers, and the soaring sword art was deployed in the form of a third sword, straight for Zhuo Fan and his son Wush. The edge was behind him in a flash. Zhuo Fan looked back in shock, and used the 5 shining halos in his right eye, Divine Eye of the Void's 5th stage, Thunderflame Wall times 5. The black Thunderflame appeared once more, forming 5 layers in total, to block the incoming sword. Shangguan Feiyun gaped, not expecting Zhuo Fan to come up with that. Using the strange black flame as defense, it would have worked wonders if it were anyone else than a sword king. Boom. The walls disintegrated in a flash, turning into motes of black fire as they faded in the air. Zhuo Fan shook and spat blood from the strong aftershock. Both of his eyes were also bleeding. As for the sword energy, it still went for Zhuo Fan. Haha, Gu Yifan, even with that oddity helping you, with your power, you have no. Shangguan Feiyun cackled victoriously, but then he choked, turning incredulous. What the hell? My sword energy. Chapter 940, Edge of Death. Chapter 940, Edge of Death. Proofreader, Papatonks. SSS. The sizzling was the only prevalent sound around, stinging Shangguan Feiyun's ears as he watched his ultimate sword skill going through Zhuo Fan's walls of thunderflame, only to be eaten away by the same fire. By the time the fire died out, the sword energy was a quarter weaker. It was still strong, yes, but it was without a doubt cut down to size. If before the sword came from Shangguan Feiyun, now it looked to be resembling any average Genesis expert's sword attack. Sure, it'd be a peak one, but the gap was huge. All the same central area spread beyond anyone could imagine and was teeming with peak Genesis experts. Despite that there were only 9 sword kings, that was because they were a cut above the masses. Shangguan Feiyun's casual sword strike had crushed 30 Genesis stage guards a while back. Dan Qingshen's sword was the same, putting most of the Shangguan clan's experts in a pickle. This was the power of a Sword King, unlike any other peak Genesis expert, able to take on 5 of them with ease even with the mortal domain's limit stuck at peak Genesis stage. These 9 Sword Kings stood above all others. If not for the mortal domain's limit, these would have long since become saints, at the same level as the experts in the sacred domain, if not higher. They might even shake some monsters out there. This peak worldly power had just been cut down to size by Zhuofan's Thunderflame, turning into something common and weaker. The shock was palpable to the trio watching, and so it was for Zhuofan too. He was the one on the receiving end in this fight, yet none underestimated him. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes shook. The black flame ate at my sword energy so quickly. This is insane. How the hell does such a thing even exist? The other 2 sighed. Their fear of Zhuofan was not for his strength, but because of the apocalyptic thunder flame. The flame was too destructive, burning anything and everything in creation. Not even martial arts could survive it. Such a thing had never happened ever. It was only a question of quantity in the black flame's case. With enough of it, any cultivator would be erased from this world. Their Yuan Qi shields would be eaten and their martial arts would fare no better. It wasn't a leap in logic to assume spiritual items would end up the same. This thunder flame was like hellfire, bringing eternal and absolute doom. If word got out, Zhuofan would become this entire world's enemy. Wielding the thunder flame was like having a weapon of mass destruction. The trio tensed as they watched Zhuofan, each with their own thoughts. Zhuofan was bleeding from his eyes, but not enough to shake his calm, even finding time to smirk. By cutting the sword energy down to size, he could now handle it. Zhuofan ignored his damaged eye and had his right eye shine in 2 golden halos while his left flickered with the thunder flame, unleashing thunder flame void annihilation. Once more at the soaring sword art, the flame struck the sword, but they were once more dispersed as it went after Zhuofan. Still Zhuofan suffered from it as well, with a splitting headache and spitting blood even as his eyes bled more. None of it mattered though, since he had the pride to grin in the moment of clashing. Even as his attack failed, the Thunderflame's character was unstoppable, and with void annihilation to complement it, it sent the flames right into the heart of the sword energy. This in turn made the deadly sword weaker and weaker. By the times the flames died, the sword energy was at a fresh Genesis stage cultivator's level. Shangguan Feiyun was dumbstruck in 2 moves. This great Sword King's prideful sword art was reduced so much that was all the damage it could actually do. After the other tried to stop it, any meager Genesis stage cultivator could easily flick it away. Something that bruised Shangguan Feiyun's ego. At least Gu Yifan was just a radiant stage cultivator, and even this much was enough. If Sword King Feiyun couldn't kill a guy in even 3 moves, he might as well just kill himself. Sure, the other was just a radiant stage cultivator, but a Sword King still had his pride. Zhuofan had other plans in mind, besides giving his life to heal this Sword King's hurt ego. Grinning, Zhuofan showed confidence against the cut-down sword attack from a Sword King and used Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage Thunderflame domain. Boom! 1,000 meters around him, the space hummed, with the black thunder flame spreading everywhere. With each vibration the sword energy did not disintegrate under the vibrations, instead it slowed down, while being drastically weakened from the thunder flame. This was Zhuofan's method of dealing with the deadly sword energy, chipping it away until it was easy for his wounded self to take it. Of course, it was not enough to halt the sword energy completely, as it finally reached Zhuofan, but through the many trials, it was now at the power of mid-soul harmony stage, more than enough for Zhuofan to handle. Grinning, Zhuofan had his scarlet right hand lifted in complete confidence. So much for a Sword King's power. I can still take it. Zhuofan had forgotten about one crucial fact about this sword, something that made it pierce his almighty right hand. Even weakened as it was, blood spilled all over, and Zhuofan's smugness turned to shock. How? Why can't the Qilin arm stop even a soul harmony expert sword? Did I miscalculate? Spewing blood again, Zhuofan held Gu Santong close as he fell to the ground with a bang. Resting in his crater, his blood stained the earth around him, Dad, Dad, Gu Santong cried, his weary eyes tearing up. Zhuofan gasped, young Sanzi, I've forgotten to take something into account, but to think it led to such a heavy wound. Now I can't even use the dragon breath pill. Dad, are we going to die? Gu Santong was just as powerless. Zhuofan rubbed his head. Are you afraid? No. Then leave it to luck. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Our lives are now in his hands, as long as he remembers the deal. Gu Santong gave an understanding nod. Zhuofan's wretched state was all due to forgetting an important detail, one that led to the weakened sword energy reducing him to the other three. The outcome was beyond their imagination. Shangguan Feiyun was the most shocked. There has never been anyone in this world I can't kill after 3 strikes besides the other sword kings and invincible sword. Gu Yifan, since you're first, let me end you with the 4th sword. Shangguan Feiyun aimed the fingers at the wounded and unmoving man in that crater. Filled with the intent to end this, there was hatred and resentment, but most of all, humiliation. His quarry was now defenseless, yet he was the one feeling defeated. The great Sword King had failed to kill a Radiant Stage alchemist in 3 strikes, the same way a buffed man couldn't squash an ant with his fist. People would disregard the ant's strength and mock instead the weakness of the man. Shangguan Feiyun's next sword held all his bloodthirst, the most dangerous one the damaged Zhuofan was going to face. It was within his calculation, but deviated somewhat. Yet this little shift meant true death, even for Zhuofan. Chapter 941. Back against the wall / backed into a corner. Chapter 941. Back against the wall / backed into a corner. Proofreader, Papatonks. First is a show of strength to unsettle the mind, second is baiting to get every guard out of the jail, and give me time to rescue him. The whole guards throughout the city will be drawn as well, making our escape all the much easier. The plan does sound solid, but will they fall for it so easily? Shangguan Yulin hates Shangguan clan head to the marrow, thus making Shangguan Yulin detonate himself in his face, and with you raiding the manor, his mind will jump to conclusions. I wanted out of rage. He'll believe beyond any shadow of a doubt that clan head is behind this. While I'll also scare the guards with this attack, making them feel safe only around Shangguan Feiyun, thus leaving the jail free to rescue him. This plan has a very good chance of duping Shangguan Feiyun, but that might not go the same for the wisest man in the empire, Bailey Jingwei. His reputation precedes him, and it's guaranteed he'll see through it. But no matter how shrewd he is, he has one glaring flaw I can exploit. What? Untold greed, ha ha ha. Though it's not really a glaring weakness, since any highly skilled manipulator will feel greater desire in always wanting things to go his way. The Pill King convention is the perfect example. He knew where all of you were hiding and laid a bait for the perfect trap to catch all of you. He is a man with a clear objective and great patience. So no matter what doubts he might have about anything, he won't act on them, but instead seek to outdo me in the same field by using this alluring bait. In that case, we should outdo him as well by following his plan of saving young Sanzi from the manor. Then what? Hunting me down to the ends of the world. I reckon they'd catch up in an hour or 2. Escaping again will be even harder. Won't they just kill you? Yeah, only with death staring you in the face will you see the light of tomorrow. This is the only way for the 2 of us to escape Bailey Jingwei's hunt and leave the central area. Shangguan clan head should just forget about it since I have my own plans. Boom. Heavy rumbling came from afar, with a cloud of dust rising in the horizon, so high it covered the sun and the blue sky. Shangguan Feixiong's team was hovering high in the air. As he recalled Zhuofan's foolproof plan back in the cave, his eyes were fixed on the source of those loud sounds. His gaze heavy, he sighed. Everything went exactly as the kid speculated. Bailey Jingwei and the other 2 went after the kid to catch him. He's got valor and smarts, anticipating the enemy's moves, even Bailey Jingwei. One venerable shook his head in worry. Just what could the kid do to escape from 2 sword kings and a prime minister? The rest wore heavy frowns. Yeah, what can he do? There were so many of us, and not even we could save anyone from the two sword kings. There's no point worrying. He said he had a way and that's that. Shangguan Feixiong sighed. It's quite amazing how everyone started caring about him in just a few days, ha ha ha. One venerable huffed, who is? We're only lamenting the death of such a genius. And who are we going to take it out on if he dies without giving us the sword? Ha ha ha, Venerable can relax in this case. He said back in the cave that he'll hand it over once he escapes with his son. I had already sent men over to wait. Once Bailey Jingwei and the others leave, we'll look for the kid to hand it over. Feixiong, are you just going to believe his words? He's too cunning. Another venerable chuckled. Shangguan Feixiong showed a look of glee, nodding determined. I do, because he swore on his son. I don't believe any parent would toy with their children. He will keep his word. The others shook and nodded, and if he dies? There's a chance his plan will fall through. He'll still leave us with a trail so we can find the divine sword. Shangguan Feixiong looked at the disturbance once more with shaky eyes. Even if they die, he'll keep his words, only wishing to give the two of them proper burial, to give his son his blessing. The men looked at the clan head and then nodded in silence. Gu Yifun's mind was more twisted than a gnarled root, but one thing they could all swear on was his undying love for his son. Shangguan Feiyun's fourth sword unleashed a terrible aura, making the air shimmer around it. Zhuofan stared back with a grin, in utter calm. As he waited, he chuckled at some point, closing his eyes and resigning himself to fate. It was done without an ounce of regret, welcoming the end with a free heart. With no hope of the two lovers getting back together, with enemies too strong to be overcome, nothing could ever get him out of such a hopeless situation. Zhuofan had carried so much weight inside him these past years, coming to bear too much alone. Even with the faint glimmer of hope presented to him, it felt always out of reach, always unattainable. The stress and grief had eaten away at his mind for such a long time. It was a recipe for disaster, avoiding insanity only because he trained the true self-art to center himself. The deeper the love, the heavier the wound. He now came to see why love was forbidden to demonic cultivators, for one man alone might never escape its torment. He found being in a situation where another was giving him a mercy killing was a fit ending. He should have died ages ago. Showing a smile only he understood, Zhuofan welcomed the end. Shangguan Feiyun's sword rang constantly, aimed squarely at Zhuofan's head. As the bloodthirst in his eyes focused, the devastating sword was released. Zhuofan could feel its terror, but all he had for it was a faint smile. Shangguan Feiyun's fingers did not finish cutting the air and sending the sword, as they were caught mid-move by a tight hand. Shangguan Feiyun spoke in a chilling tone, "Brother Dan, what are you doing?" Bailey Jingwei was taken aback. "I just think we should save it for after we find the soaring sword." Dan Qingshen's beard swished as he spoke. Shangguan Feiyun huffed, with his character, "There's no way he'll say anything. And is this a time to think about the soaring sword? He has now become a far greater danger than the sword's value. He has to die, right, Prime Minister?" Bailey Jingwei nodded after a pause. Soaring sword is missing and the Patriarch will at most feel a longing for a lost toy. What we can't allow, however, is to permit anything that might endanger his life. The moment I saw the kid release the black flame, I was even more sure that he must die. It's clear to anyone here that it must be so, but wouldn't it be better to have it both ways? Dan Qingshen nodded and turned to the unmoving Zhua. "Gu Yifan, you heard it. Today's your funeral, and you can't take the soaring sword where you're going. I am willing to fulfill your last wish, your will. You've come from the western lands and have been in the central area for a year now. You should understand that I hardly make promises, but when I do, I always keep them. Now tell me your dying wish." Zhuofan looked him in the eye with a smile. "Ha ha ha, let my son go." "Impossible!" Bailey Jingwei denied it on the spot. "Gu Yifan, you yourself said something about weeding out the remains. We'll never allow this threat to live. Zhuofan chuckled. Then there's nothing else. Damn rotten dying brat. Since you love death so much, have it all. Shangguan Feiyun's fingers cut the air again. Zhuofan's eyes lit up and waved him off. Hold up, there is one other, however. It just came to me. Then go ahead, say it. Danqing Shin frowned, looking from him to Shangguan Feiyun. Zhuofan smirked. I only wish for Dragon-Cleaving Sword King to be the one ending me. Why? I'd hate to see Shangguan Feiyun happy. 3 times he failed to kill me, and I'd rather not have his 4th sword touch a hair on me. Let this Sword King carry the shame with him always. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan cackled. Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched and roared, his fingers finishing the move. God-damned bastard. I'll frickin' kill you. Wait. Bailey Jingwei stopped him, turning to Zhuofan with a sharp gaze. All right, we agree. Chapter 942. Sand Burial. Chapter 942. Sand Burial. Proofreader, Papatonks. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed. Even without Dragon-Cleaving Sword King's promise, I would guarantee your last meager dying wish in exchange for the soaring sword. We all promise. Prime Minister, Shangguan Feiyun's brow shook, but Bailey Jingwei's wave stopped him. Sword King Feiyun, please think of the bigger picture. Which is more important, your name or the soaring sword? Its loss affected Sword King's reputation all the same. In other words, Soaring Sword's name has already suffered, so what is a little more? Please bear this indignity for the Empire. Shangguan Feiyun took a look at his most pathetic state. It wasn't the missing sleeve from one arm that got to him, but the damp pants that fueled his rage and shame. But in the end, he gave an angry wave and turned around, taking out fresh clothes to change. Bailey Jingwei nodded and smiled. Sword King Feiyun has promised you as well. That should be all, yes? Ha ha ha, yeah, now I can tell you where the soaring sword is. Only, it's another matter entirely if you can get it. Zhuofan showed a crooked smile to an eager Bailey Jingwei, toying with him. Soaring sword is now with the Shangguan clan. Bailey Jingwei gasped, they have it? Grandmaster Gu, are you making fun of us? How can a cunning mind like yours just hand it over to them? Ha ha ha, what else was there? His loud laughter made him spray blood as well. We all know I've had priors with Shangguan clan, so I had to give them something to help me out. Shangguan Feiyun's brow shook, his face heavy as he said, Bailey Jingwei, letting those Shangguan bastards get the sword will be even worse. With their power and numbers, they'll just flee and we won't catch them. It'll be hard even if a Sword King gets involved. Moreover, once they hole up in the expansive central area, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Even if we do get wind of them by some miracle, the scouting team will just die for nothing without a Sword King leading them. This is really getting out of hand. Bailey Jingwei squinted, his face grave. But he did not once let his eyes stray from Zhuofan. Grandmaster Gu, stop with the games. You're on your deathbed. You said you had priors with them and they won't believe you. But this goes both ways. Do you trust them? You'd have gotten the short end of the stick if you'd have just handed them the sword. They'd have just taken it out on you to vent for their losses. For a smart guy like you, such an obvious mistake is impossible. Humph, Grandmaster Gu, don't take us up for idiots. Bailey Jingwei huffed, his eyes sharp. Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched. Who is Bailey Jingwei calling an idiot? Humph, damn that Prime Minister, acting like the only wise guy in the world. Prime Minister, would you say I'm in a position to insult you? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan shook his head. But yes, neither I nor Shangguan clan trust each other, so the handing of the sword is done at the right time so that we'd work out together against the enemy. Once the deal is done, neither will mind the other. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shook. You mean? You are our enemy, all 3 of you, ha ha ha. Zhuofan chuckled as he explained. I used them to lure you all away and rescue young Sanzi, then handed over the sword to the clansmen following behind me. This was the only way to make both sides agree. We knew that fighting would be bad, as it would draw the guards over, leading to them losing the sword and us getting captured. So even with the mistrust between us, the timing called for us to overlook all our past problems and think of the bigger picture. Wouldn't you say so, Prime Minister Bailey? Bailey Jingwei shook all over, believing Zhuofan's perfectly strung arguments. Shangguan Feiyun asked, Prime Minister, can we believe him? We don't have a choice. Bailey Jingwei was tense. We were clear on the hostility between him and the Shangguan clan, and working together was out of the question. The only reason they did it anyway was for the soaring sword. The question is, when will it be handed over? Too soon and the Shangguan clan will go back on its word. Too late and anxiety mounts, so much so the tense mood will make them settle old scores even after getting the sword. But with the threat of another enemy around, the deal will be completed, each going their own way. Bailey Jingwei stared hard at Zhuofan and spoke with frustration and hatred. Grandmaster Gu, you're a true mastermind. You've done great indeed. If I were the one facing such a challenge, I don't think I'd come up with such a brilliant plan on the spot. You have my respect. Ha ha ha, why thank you for the honor, Prime Minister. Zhuofan waved his flattery away. Bailey Jingwei read the mockery in his eyes and turned to Dan Qingxin in anger. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, fulfill Grandmaster Gu's will and send them off. Right! Dan Qingxin drew 2 fingers and a deadly power surged in their tips, followed by a dragon roar and the space shimmering around him. Cold eyes gazed upon the feeble Zhuofan and Dan Qingxin raised his hand. Zhuofan stared back with a broad smile. Whoosh! A sword of the same level as Shangguan Feiyun's was unleashed upon Zhuofan. Along with thousands of dragon roars, the sword energy surged as it fell on him following the devastating explosion. Hundreds of miles around Zhuofan and his son were leveled. There was nothing there than a wasteland and thick dust that dyed the world yellow once the breeze scattered it away. There was no trace of anything left behind. Everything was gone, buried with the sand. The entire landscape had been reformed into this desolation. Bailey Jingwei sighed at the destruction. It is finished. Such an alchemical genius of his generation found his bones resting along his son's in this sand burial. What a pity. Prime Minister, isn't it a bit late for that? Shangguan Feiyun glanced over. Hypocrite much? Bailey Jingwei said, cherishing talent is one thing, but seeing my opponent gone brought me such relief. Dragon-cleaving Sword King Feiyun, let's go. We need to hurry back and send word to every corner of the central area. We have to track down the Shangguan clan and stop them from getting the sword out of the central area. Easier said than done. Shangguan Feiyun shook his head. I'll say it again. They only need to hide, and even a Sword King will hardly have a better chance of finding them, let alone the rest. The chances of getting the soaring sword back are less than 10%. Bailey Jingwei sighed. We'll do our part, while the rest is up to fate. In any case, this has been our failure. Bailey Jingwei flew for Flying Cloud City. Shangguan Feiyun shook, balling his fists and stealing his gaze. Bailey Jingwei isn't the only one culpable. With the Shangguan clan escaping and the soaring sword gone, Shangguan Feiyun was liable as well. Gu Yifan might have lost in the last fight, as a mere radiant stage cultivator. He had avoided 3 sword skills from a Sword King, and even talked his way out of being executed by the 4th strike at his weakest. It was Shangguan Feiyun's worst defeat. Gu Yifan and Shangguan Feiyun neither won nor lost, but Zhuofan's last will, and the mockery it contained, was something Shangguan Feiyun would never forget. The shame and anger were ready to explode. It was the same as saying Shangguan Feiyun had no hand in his death. Shangguan Feiyun's face twisted, a vein popping on his forehead. From being utterly humiliated by a nobody, now he had no one to take it out on, for the culprit died laughing at him. Shangguan Feiyun stomped in rage and flew behind Bailey Jingwei. Dan Qingxin was the only one remaining, looking where Zhuofan once was with a vague smile. Chapter 943, Deceptive Outcome. Chapter 943, Deceptive Outcome. Proofreader, Papatonks. Gu Yifan, young Sanzi, where are you? 6 hours later, in the area where a brutal cleansing had taken place, where not even a blade of grass grew, a pure and naive girl was shouting. The frail lass cried at the silent heavens as a gale blew across this desolation. Her tone was filled with worry, her cracking voice showing signs of breaking down, crying. There were a dozen more youths looking around and shouting with her. Mr. Gu, young Sanzi. All their shouting and searching proved fruitless in these strong winds. Swallowing their voices, they finally gave up hope an hour later, leaving only the girl still frantic and consumed with the thought of finding them. She never stopped, never rested, always crying out till hoarse, Gu Yifan, young Sanzi, where are you? Young miss, save your energy. You've seen what attack did this. They had no chance against such misfortune. There's no point searching. One youth sighed. It'll be a miracle if someone could survive 2 sword kings. Mr. Gu, let's follow clan head's words and look for any clues Mr. Gu left us to reach the soaring sword. The girl glared back at him. Shut up. Gu Yifan is fine. They can hear us and we'll soon find them. They have to be or. Shangguan Qinyan trailed off. Young miss, in this desolate place, any kind of sign would have been noticed easily. If we can't see them, it makes no sense for 2 sword kings to be blind to anything obvious. That only leaves death, destroyed completely. Young miss, our top priority still is finding Mr. Gu's clues. He shook his head, trying to make her see reality, but then a ripple echoed out. 2 figures slumped to the ground, popping out of thin air, and soaking the yellow dust with their scarlet blood. Shangguan Qinyan shook and cheered, crying tears of joy as she rushed over. Mr. Gu, young Sanzi, you're all right. You're still alive. In the name of all that's holy, the guy actually got away from 2 sword kings. What did this freak do? The guy held his head in complete shock, needing some time to react to this sudden realization. Then he rushed over to help, only for a bloody arm to clutch his shirt, dragging him down. He looked stunned at Xuefan, who was gasping for breath, using the last of his energy to shout, I told you to come and help, not give me a burial. The least you could do is see if we're still alive, not go straight to business. Xuefan's eyes rolled back and he was out like a light. Only his other hand held an unconscious Gu Santong, never letting go. The youth who got stained looked at Xuefan holding Gu Yifan close and spoke with respect. Gu Yifan is truly amazing. He's hurt so much but still has the energy to curse. He had been protecting his son all this time, not letting anything happen to him. Shangguan Qinyan nodded, choking with emotion and pain from seeing Xuefan covered in those deep wounds. Get Mr. Gu and his son back now. They need healing. Noticing Shangguan Qinyan was in no state to boss them, the guy shouted for the others, carrying the 2 away across the large expanse of this yellow wasteland. A conspicuous stain of scarlet blood on the dry dirt was the only proof that someone had survived this ordeal. It took Xuefan 3 days to wake up, finding himself in a dark cave. Nothing came as a surprise for him, knowing that they had been rescued. It was part of his deal with Shangguan Feixiong. As long as they were drawing breath, they had to be tended to, or death was sure to grasp them in its cold grip if left out there in the desolate place. Shangguan clan thus sent the juniors to save them. This was why Xuefan knew that after saving young Sanzi, the Shangguan clan would comply since he still held the sword they wanted. This was the perfect time to use it for all it's worth. With this sword around, the Shangguan clan won't ever let me die. If the chances were death would have come instead, he'd have set the sword out of his ring for Shangguan clan to take. He didn't need it where he was going. Xuefan had taken all aspects into consideration. On one hand, he had bluffed Bailey Jingwei into leaving, and on the other, he had Shangguan clan eating out of his palm. The thought brought an insidious smile to Xuefan's lips, resting as he was on the cold hard bed. Ha ha ha, at the end of it all, be it Flying Cloud Manor or Shangguan clan, all dance to my tune. I have turned despair into hope once more. Cackling like mad, Xuefan stood up, only to feel a sudden pain stab at his mind. The agony coming from every part of his body made him grit his teeth. Damn that Dan Shen, couldn't he have taken it easier? Then again, being ruthless was the only way of fooling Shangguan Feiyun's senses and intuition. A faint and childish voice came. Dad, you told him to and now you're blaming him for it. If the old man knew you're cursing him, he'd wished he'd killed you instead. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, smiling. Young Sanzi, you knew? Of course. Gu Santong just woke up, still pale but quite happy. Is there anything I don't know about you? Ever since you had Shangguan Yulin sent to give me some nonsense signal, I knew that it wasn't meant for me. We never had private code phrases. What's that stuff about a gentleman's promise and wanting to save me anyway? I knew then and there it was for that old guy's ears, Too bad Bailey Jingwei and Shangguan Feiyun had no clue whatsoever, ha ha ha. Zhuofan nodded. Yep, the signal was for Dan Qingshin, though I was still skeptical if he'd help or not. The most uncertain part of my plan was whether the old guy would play ball for the greatest deceptive outcome ever. His sword was savage and powerful, but scattered on impact, shaking the space around and hiding us from Shangguan Feiyun's senses. I used this chance to activate Divine Eye of the Void 6th stage, Void Domain, and hid us in a pocket space. It also helped cement the idea of our demise to Bailey Jingwei and leave the area. And what if the old guy didn't help us? Gu Santong asked. Zhuofan shook his head. The idea was to make an opening for Dan Qingshin to strike by becoming heavily wounded in 3 clashes with Shangguan Feiyun. Next was up to him. If he was going to help, he was sure to speak up. If not, I'd have no choice but to resort to a dragon breath pill. But then everything went south when Shangguan Feiyun struck me so hard that I couldn't even move, making throwing the dragon breath pill useless. There was only one way of getting out of there alive. Thank God the old guy was still nice. I finally get it now. There's no man proposes, God deposes. Not when you have enough friends. More friends means more lives, hee. Why all the hassle, Dad? Just throw him a dragon breath pill to his face and be done. Young Sanzi, we only have 2 of them. Zhuofan rolled his eyes. It's easy to kill them all with one, but then what? With a prime minister and a sword king dead, the Sword Star Empire will then send the other 7 sword kings after us. That'll be the end of us. Even with 1 dragon breath pill left, can we get them all? Young Sanzi, no matter what a man does, even if it's wrong, he has to suffer the consequences. Using the dragon breath pill will end with us being hunted down and killed. We're not the Shangguan clan, we have no one to shield us. The Central Area's Genesis stage experts can't handle them even if found. We, on the other hand, are finished. That's why a trump card like that can't be used unless it's the only one available. We're not on Invincible Swords level, so we can't use it to mow down Grunt. Young Sanzi nodded, but then muttered, but you used 1 on Universal Righteous Sect, and only got 2 now. Dad, didn't you mow them down? Zhuofan flushed from being stuck. Men are impulsive. I just wanted to know its power, that's all, ha ha ha. Chapter 944, Bane. Chapter 944, Bane. Proofreader, Papatonks. Father and son were having the time of their lives by themselves in that dark cave. Every now and then, Zhuofan had to wince and gasp from having pain stab his every wound for being too much into their game and ignoring his heavy condition, yet found it passing faster by cursing their savior each time. Damn rotten Dan Qingshin, you just couldn't take it easier. Just that sword aura was enough to flay my skin. The old coot never heard of a softer touch. Dan Qingshin's rage would have blown sky high, only if he was here, of course. Damn punk, I just saved your pathetic life, and this is the thanks I get, being called names? Gu Santong had a grin on his pale face, thoroughly enjoying his dad's lively and childish act. Young Sanzi, how are you feeling? I'm now too wounded to tend to your situation, but once I'm better, I'll get you back on your feet in no time. Zhuofan hurriedly asked. Gu Santong's smile fell for a second, shaking his head. Dad, it's fine. I'm just feeling weakened and the wounds are healing. The Shangguan clan gave me plenty of healing pills. That's great. Even their poor pills, unlike mine, can help your wounds, hahaha. Zhuofan chuckled. At ease. Gu Santong's smile soon turned upside down, taken by melancholy. Zhuofan could tell that it was different with the other hand as the blood was still seeping out despite the tight wrap around it. Rumble. The stone door opened, breaking the heavy silence. Shangguan Qinyan and the same youth Zhuofan grabbed back in the wasteland entered. The girls saw them waking up and cheered, "You're up! Thanks for the save." Zhuofan smiled. Shangguan Qinyan smiled back, coming over to him and looking concerned. "Mr. Gu, your body is a wreck. Are you sure it's fine? We've used many pills and while your other wounds healed. You don't have to worry about it. I'm an alchemist too. As long as my soul is fine, the flesh can be mended." Zhuofan's hand shone and a vial came out. Taking out a green pill, the thick aroma was intoxicating, making the other clansmen cry out, "By God, using a 10th grade pill just for some flesh wounds? An alchemist is a different breed than our clan." "Ha ha ha, it's only for the common ones, while young Sanzi will need a more particular solution. That's why I need to get back in shape to make him the right pill." Zhuofan ate the pill and used the returning dragon's roar as dragons roared about. Zhuofan was brimming with vitality. The returning dragon's roar was the best thing when it came to patching up the body. A shame it didn't work on souls as well with the healing pill complementing the returning dragon's roar. The two watched in shock as Zhuofan's wounds barely closed at all. Zhuofan then felt a stabbing pain from every inch of his body. Zhuofan looked down with a frown. "What's with these weird wounds that can't heal? They feel the same as the one vaulting sword gave me back in Double Dragon Manor." The Shangguan clansman chuckled. "Mr. Gu, you must have been hit by Dragon Cleaving Sword King's Dragon Cleaving Art. Despite the difference between his sword art and ours, they both come from insights in a divine sword. Wounds inflicted by such weapons will be hard to heal. I still thought you'd need 10 more days before you could stand. It's a miracle you are doing this now. An 11th grade alchemist sure heals fast, ha ha ha. Wounds from those sword arts heal slowly?" Zhuofan soon came to his own conclusion as to why. The wound vaulting sword inflicted back then took ages to heal too, since Dan Qingshen's art came from the vaulting sword, which hurt him. Does that mean the sword art captured the divine sword's essence? Regardless of doubts, this was the conclusion he came to. Common folk being around a sacred weapon for long enough, they'd have its sword energy used for their cultivation, facilitating not only their training in a godlike sword art, but also unleashing greater power when using it. It was top-notch regardless of the stage it was used in. Is it maybe the power of the sword sovereign? Deep in thought, the casual movement of his right reminded him of the pain and winced. The pain coming from his body earlier subsided after using the pill and the returning dragon's roar. The issue now was the right hand. Shangguan Qinyan took his right hand and complained, "Easy, we've just bandaged it but the bleeding won't stop." Zhuofan shook, seeing as the wrap was dyed red. "Young miss, Shangguan Feiyun's soaring sword art must have caused the wound on his right. Anyone else would have their heal slowly, but this is so baffling that no pill works. The bandage is only temporary and if this continues, he'll bleed out." The Shangguan guy explained. Zhuofan's brow shook, looking at his right in fright. He felt his forehead and, though wounded, did not bleed, healing slowly. Shangguan Feiyun caught his gesture and said, baffled, "Mr. Gu, I looked over your condition. The wounds on your right arm have to be from Shangguan Feiyun's sword. The strange thing is, it just won't heal, while the shoulder heals the same as the rest of you. I'd almost thought Shangguan Feiyun's sword was stronger than Dan Qingshen's. It's the Qilin arm." Zhuofan's eyelids shook, coming to a conclusion. That's why the soaring sword art at Soul Harmony stage could pierce it. The secret lies with soaring sword and soaring Qilin. The soaring sword and, in turn, the soaring sword art targets the soaring Qilin in particular. That means young Sanzi. Zhuofan felt sharp pain as he rushed to young Sanzi's side, holding the bandaged arm that was bleeding just like his. Shangguan Qinyan gasped, hurrying to change the binding. Young Sanzi is bleeding again. We have to stop it. Young miss, that's only a symptom. They are both so strange, unable to heal the areas struck by the soaring sword art. The Shangguan guy shook his head. Shangguan Qinyan wouldn't give up, looking after young Sanzi with teary eyes. Even if it doesn't heal, we have to do all we can. Having not even reached the ethereal stage, they'll die for good and won't come back. Young Sanzi, why didn't you tell me? Zhuofan balled his fists and clenched his teeth. Being in the ethereal stage, Zhuofan would have halted cultivation, at worst, but he'd live. Young Sanzi was a sacred beast by comparison, with their body and soul as one. When one died, the other followed, and there was nothing to bring him back. Young Sanzi's bleeding condition was potentially deadly. Young Sanzi teared up, his pale lips trembling. Dad, I felt ever since the soaring sword art hurt me that I met my Bane. I can barely hold on. I didn't want to worry you. Why didn't you say anything? I'm your dad, I'm supposed to worry. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth, taking out a vial from his ring and revealed 2 11th-grade pills. Under the Shangguan guy's gasp, Zhuofan took one and gave young Sanzi the other. Listen, this is from when I refined to save Shangguan Qinyan. She had been hurt by the soaring sword art as well. It worked on her and now we'll see if it works on us as well. If all else fails, I'll take you back to Western Lands. Western Lands. Gu Santong jumped. Zhuofan nodded with resolve. We'll ask those old coots to save you. They have to know a way. So just hold on, young Sanzi. Chapter 945. Back to Western Lands. Chapter 945. Back to Western Lands. Proofreader, Papatongs. With the ingestion of the pill, Zhuofan and Gu Santong flashed green, meditating to work its power to heal their wounds through their body, especially that bleeding arm. The green energy gathered on the wound, but that was it. It just could not go deeper and work its magic as something was keeping it away, soon fading out. With a soaked brow, Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and his nails dug into his palms. Shangguan Qinyan was looking very worried from the side. With a ripple, Zhuofan resorted to force, using Yuan Qi and the healing energy to slam into the wound. All he hit was a wall. But as he kept pushing, the green energy seeped ever so slowing into the wound and began to heal it. As it improved, the bleeding slowed to a stop. Shangguan Qinyan lit up with joy. Zhuofan eased a breath and looked at his Qilin arm with a nod. This pill has some use. Zhuofan turned to young Sanzi with hope, only to find despair. Gu Santong's arm looked to have improved, but it was marginal. The bleeding had slowed down, but not completely. His life was still in a very real danger. Shangguan Qinyan gasped. Mr. Gu, you managed to heal, so why is young Sanzi? Zhuofan was in a constant frown, feeling bleak inside as the worst case crept among his thoughts. The soaring sword art may be Qilin's bane. The two conflicting energies can't be resolved with pills alone. I fear that only a sacred beast can heal another sacred beast. I can only take him to Kunpeng and Dragon Ancestor in Western Lands. The question is if I'll reach them in time. I only have a Qilin arm, and since the rest of me is human, the soaring sword art isn't so harsh on me. Just who can save you? Zhuofan has made up his mind, holding Gu Santong in his arms and walking out. Mr. Gu, where are you going? Shangguan Qinyan asked, taken aback. Zhuofan spoke. To Western Lands to save him. Only Western Lands has someone that can heal him. Western Lands. Shangguan Qinyan muttered. But Mr. Gu, you're still hurt. Let us take you. No time. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth. And staying with you will only get more dangerous. It's better if I go alone with young Sanzi. Zhuofan had pointed out to Bailey Jingwei that the Shangguan clan had the soaring sword. Regardless of ever being able to stop them and get it back, Bailey Jingwei would still take precautions. The Shangguan clan was bound to be running around the central area for the next while, and might even resort to fighting central area's experts a few times. The two were too hurt, with the sun in critical condition, to join the chaos. It would only make it worse. Zhuofan barely got away from Bailey Jingwei, so why would he go looking for more trouble? Zhuofan had come to a firm decision to leave the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Qinyan watched his straight back and sighed. She wanted him to stay, but she knew he'd do anything to save young Sanzi. There was nothing she could say to keep them here. The roller coaster of emotions she was feeling had her forget why the Shangguan clan saved them in the first place. It was all to finish the last part of their deal. So while her love-addled brain refused to work, the Shangguan guy next to her had no such handicap, crying out, "Mr. Gu, we won't keep you if you want to leave, but you have to first give the divine sword you promised us." Whoosh! A clank cut him off as a scarlet sword stabbed into the bedrock. Zhuofan had then vanished with Gu Santong. "It's good that we got the sword, or I don't know how I could have explained this to clan head. Ha ha ha." The guy held the sword in pride and said, "Young miss, we should go see clan head." Shangguan Qinyan was too overwhelmed to register his words, still staring in empty space. Where Zhuofan had been standing, he didn't even say goodbye, not so much as look at her. 3 days later found the Shangguan clan's 300 meditating in a quiet forest in white robes. Shangguan Feixiong was frowning with worry, letting heavy breaths, yet never speaking up. "Pa!" A thick hand grabbed his shoulder, startling him. "Hi Venerable, what can I do for you?" "It's nothing. But seeing you eaten up inside these days, are you worried?" The old man smiled. Shangguan Feixiong nodded. Despite lacking danger, it's the junior's first mission. "I just can't rest easy knowing the kid didn't want me to send some experts instead of youngsters. The kid is sharp. With our experts around him, he figured they'd settle the score, ha ha ha." Hai Venerable shook his head. "Feixiong, you believed him when he swore on his son, so why the needless worry?" "I do believe him, but no one says incidents can't happen." Whoosh! The sudden sound reached his ears and his eyes lit up. He saw dozens of figures in the air, the juniors he sent for Zhuofan. In the lead was the apple of his eye, Shangguan Qinyan. Shangguan Feixiong's worries over these days finally eased. The rest of the experts gathered around the juniors, eager to know the result. Shangguan Feixiong rushed to Shangguan Qinyan to ask, "How did it go? Did you get the soaring sword?" Shangguan Qinyan sighed and left with a lowered head. The rest felt uneasy. Why is young miss so glum? Did the kid die and leave no trace of the soaring sword? The why then did they took so long to come back? "Clan head, here is the soaring sword." The guy who was with Shangguan Qinyan around Zhuofan bowed and presented the scarlet longsword. Ha ha ha! Lit up and touched the blade. "Ha ha ha, it really is the soaring sword. Our mission is a success, and we can go home to Eastern lands." Everyone cheered and jumped in joy. "Then what's with that girl having a long face? I thought you failed for a second there." Ha ha ha! Shangguan Feixiong eased a breath and glanced at his daughter, looking depressed. Upon the Shangguan guy bowed again. "I believe it's because of Mr. Gu, that young miss." He explained everything that transpired, and everyone looked stunned. "You're saying he's alive?" Shangguan Feixiong's eyes shook. He actually came out alive from not just 2 sword kings but the prime minister of this empire. They were aware of Zhuofan's plan and how reality followed its every step, but to actually achieve the last and hardest part alive was inconceivable. They found it far more believable for Zhuofan to die and leave clues for the divine sword instead. This made the news of Zhuofan's flawless execution of the plan a total shock. Chapter 946, Solitude. Chapter 946, Solitude. Proofreader, Papatonks. The guy paused, seeing everyone wearing dumb looks, and bowed again. "Clan head, Gu Yifan is wise and brave, a real hero. When we found him, he was still protecting his son despite the heavy wounds. His character isn't the issue here, but being a miracle worker is." Shangguan Feixiong's face twitched and sighed. A single sword king has enough power to do everything he wants. Two of them around, they are invincible. Then there's Bailey Jingwei, the wisest in the Sword Star Empire. His intellect alone could make him a sword king if it was strength instead. Yet none of them, despite covering every aspect, could stop a radiant stage from toying with them and come out alive. Shangguan Feixiong sighed, actually relating to them. Since when could the opponent we feared so much could be controlled so easily? What's worse, can't any of the experts of our best clan in the Eastern Lands match to one radiant stage kid? Ha ha ha, what an utterly ridiculous joke. The cruel irony is even more obvious from how we lost so many people with our plan while the kid easily got the sword without losing anything, ha ha. Shangguan Feixiong shook his head hard. In defeat, the precious divine sword they all wanted so much all this time was now in their hands, but it felt flat, dull, giving them no sense of achievement whatsoever. It was because of the circumstances of the retrieval. The soaring sword wasn't recovered through their blood and sweat, but a kid did it and sold it off to them. They not once won against Shangguan Feiyun. It was the kid all along who did everything, fighting, toying and surviving. Shangguan Feiyun was the Shangguan clan's biggest traitor, but the victory belonged to a kid's resourcefulness. None of them were better than a meager radiant kid. Clan head's desolate figure holding the divine sword killed everyone else's joy. They felt nothing from it, not when another scored a win and just handed it over. It was a subtle contrast between taking and receiving the win that made all the effort worthwhile. By taking it yourself, you proved that you had the ability to do it, while having someone just hand it over was a humiliation. It proved the other guy was better than you, being thrown to the side by the enemy and focusing on the better adversary. Such a win felt empty to them. Having no value, they believed Shangguan Feiyun's group, when they fought, did not show any regard to them, always thinking about Gu Yifun's Shangguan clan? They're nothing. Gu Yifun, a radiant stage kid, came around out of nowhere and robbed the Shangguan clan of their honor. Sure, he got the soaring sword for them, but they didn't look quite as thankful. The three venerables knew their feelings and chuckled. Feixiong, the soaring sword is back where it belongs. We now should focus on leaving the central area. Name, reputation, glory, they come and go many times in life. As a clan head, I know none of these are important before the clan's righteousness. We're lucky to have suffered a few losses this time, ending with our win. I am very happy to see this, but… Shangguan Feixiong tensed and sighed. Having thought about everything that happened, I can't help but wonder if I'm fit to be the clan head. Feiyun was right, I'm beneath him in power and potential. I'm headstrong and can't see the bigger picture, unable to be proactive like Gu Yifun and Bailey Jingwei. Their convoluted and intricate plans open my eyes at how deep their schemes can go, of how detailed they are. I think that the next time we clash with Bailey Jingwei, I will cause the death of everyone. I, Shangguan Feixiong, am plain, with no outstanding quality. Will keeping this chair of mine help or lead to disaster? Ha ha ha, the clan might not grow much under my helm. I've seen Gu Yifun's handiwork, his cruelty. No law is beneath him, even detonating someone, but one can't deny the results either. Having him as a son-in-law might not be such a bad idea. Leaving him to take over from me will raise the clan to new heights. At least he's far more capable than me. The venerable looked him in the eye. Feixiong, we all knew there's a limit to what you can do, but do you know why we picked you? The choice was between me and Feiyun. But he was too conceited and erred constantly. Shangguan Feixiong frowned. The venerable chuckled. Everyone makes mistakes. You think we didn't let him take the seat because of some mishaps? We even had a long dispute back then over Shangguan Feiyun's talents. Why then? The venerable smiled. The ruler is to be wise and not rash, average and not proud. The former is for the royal succession to avoid vies for power. The latter is to avoid the biggest faults in one's character. Average people hardly achieve success, but they also represent stability. They need but find a capable official to assist, and they can thrive. As for the egotistic rulers, They think themselves above everyone, that they can do everything and won't ever take advice. They can take the clan out of trouble, yes, but one day it might lead it to disaster. That is why an emperor would always choose the average son over the proud one if there's no one talented and having virtue. Virtue has always been the main criteria for all ancestors. Shangguan Feixiong nodded. I see. You were afraid Feiyun's arrogance would lead to the clan's demise, so you renounced him. Then what of Gu Yifun's virtue? The kid's virtue ain't bad. The Venerable waved Shangguan Feixiong's question with a vague smile. Shangguan Feixiong jerked. Second Venerable, you mean he has it? How come I don't see it? Ha ha ha, if you could, you'd have seen Shangguan Yulin's degenerate character. Feixiong, you can't judge a book by its cover. He may behave cruelly, but deep down he's a man of principles. Don't lump cruelty with being insidious. Insidiousness always strays you from the path, but his path stretches far and wide. The Venerable smiled. He may be cruel and unscrupulous, but everything has a purpose. He was only after his goal when he clashed with us, but did nothing despicable. Think about it, did he forego righteousness for gains? Did he go back on his words? And most importantly, he's a loving father that would do anything for his son. How bad can he be? Well, I've seen people far worse than him, looking dignified but resorting to atrocities when no one's looking. Such a kind and dark youth is worth making friends with, better than those insidious and petty ones. Shangguan Feixiong nodded after a pause. Yeah, the kid only clashed with us in our goal. But all he said and done is to my liking. He's like a demonic gentleman. Then my plan. Feixiong, you should just forget it. The Venerable cut him off. It's not a bad idea to have him as your son-in-law. He'd also benefit the clan by having him around, but not the clan head. Why? He's far more qualified than me. Is it because of his scheming? No, his scheming is very much within reason. He's in conflict with our beliefs as he walks the demonic path, regardless of how upright he is. The Venerable said, It's just that he walks in solitude, unfit for a clan head. Solitude? He has no ties with anything but his son, let alone a clan. He can't take the helm of a clan. The Venerable sighed. A clan head bears on his shoulder the fate of his people, holding within him their lives and deaths. But he is alone, without such responsibility. He is indeed capable, but not fit for a clan head. As for being like Bailey Jingwei, governing the empire, or a clan head's right hand, there's no one better. Shangguan Feixiong nodded after digesting his words. He bore too much solitude to carry the weight of a leader. A loner meant to roam the world, but a cultivator communing with the world had such a quality as well. While too many mundane affairs hindered one's comprehension of the inner workings of the world, doesn't that mean it's us who are led astray from the straight and narrow? Chapter 947 Sword Patriarch Appears. Chapter 947 Sword Patriarch Appears. Proofreader, Papatonks. The sky was sifting large snowflakes as far as one could see, dyeing the world in shades of white. A month had gone since Shuafan's battle, with autumn making way for winter with its cold snow in the flying cloud city. Danqing Shen watched the heavy gray clouds outside, peaceful as they filled the air with snowflakes, covering the sun's every ray of warmth. Despite the glum outside, he was sitting cozily by a lively fire in a lavish room, sipping his delectable tea with a most conspicuous smirk. "Ol Dan, when little old me's in trouble, please look after me. Boy, I didn't do it for you. I won't make it hard on Sir's old bones. All I ask is for you to strike hard and I shall find life in death." "Ah! Ha ha ha, boy, where are you now, I wonder? Winter has come and I'm sure even aiming my sword away from you still gave you no light injuries. Dragon-cleaving art's power isn't something you can heal. Look after yourself in these winter days." Recalling their promise, Danqing Shen sipped his wine, yet joy danced in his eyes. "The boy has been suspicious of me till the end. going as far as sending someone to remind me in Shangguan Feiyun's hidden room. Haha, how pointless. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, you're in a good mood. Mind sharing with me so I could enjoy it too? I've hardly ever saw Dragon-cleaving Sword King smile, ha ha ha. Rows of guards entered, bowing and making way for Bailey Jingwei in fur clothing. He made himself at home, sitting right next to Dan Qingshen with a smile. Shangguan Feiyun came next, sitting nearby, sticking one leg over the other, looking bored to death. Brother Dan, share with us this fine mood you're having. This past month, if not dull, it has been glum. Ha ha ha, getting your paradise ruined and the divine sword taken tends to do that. Dan Qingshen took out a jade slip. Here's my report on my domain. There were signs of the Shangguan clan around, and I have come to ask for the next course of action. A what? Shangguan Feiyun snatched the jade slip and cried. Those old fools ran off to your side of the empire? But that leads to northern lands. What are they doing there? They must be taking the long way around, through northern lands. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed and resumed sipping tea by the fire's cozy warmth. Shangguan Feiyun followed. Prime Minister, what do we do? Nothing. Bailey Jingwei sighed. The central area is just too large and gives the Shangguan clan too many places to hide. I had notified the 9 Sword Kings to look out for them in their domains, but without concrete signs to look for, they'll find nothing. Furthermore, with some Sword Kings' laid-back attitude, some not even present in their domains, things would only get harder. Prime Minister Bailey, I'm here, aren't I? Dragon-cleaving Sword King, I wasn't talking about you, but that wine sword Immortal that loves to hit the bottle. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed and gnashed his teeth. He's a Sword King, but all he does is partake in local beverages at every chance instead of leading his domain. How damn superficial. He even makes trips to other lands too, humph. Just what was the point of giving that domain to him? At least with Shangguan clan's faint traces, even around he won't be of much use. Dan Qingshen grinned. I have to say I admire that old guy, so free and casual. Brother Feiyun, he'll be back in a few days. Want to ask him out for a drink? Maybe he got back some good stuff from where he's been. You go, I'm not in the mood. Shangguan Feiyun gave an impatient wave. Just how did you manage to do it anyway? Dan Qingshen raised an eyebrow. How else? When they asked me how to do it, I told them to play dumb. The Shangguan clan came here en masse, and with 3 old coots strong enough to face a Sword King, so while I wasn't around, they were bound to die if they pushed them. So they just let them go. Why you? Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched, turning to the other. Prime Minister, see that? He's lazy at his job. When the invincible sword comes along, I'll be sure to tell him. Glancing at him, Bailey Jingwei chuckled. I advise Sword King against pettiness, for I'm with Dragon-cleaving Sword King on this. What? Doing something pointless is utterly idiotic. Taking his teacup, Bailey Jingwei took a sip and drawled. Looking for the Shangguan clan was just a matter of appearances, never intent on following through. What's the point of handing them the lives of hundreds of people? We lost, pure and simple. There's no shame in it. Now we need to get ready for the Patriarch's admonishment. Report. A guard barged in and presented a jade slip. Prime Minister, Imperial Capital summons you. A summon? Bailey Jingwei smiled and took the jade slip. I've been away for 3 months and His Majesty wants me back? Ha ha ha, I hardly get any vacation time like this. There are so many places I haven't seen yet. Sigh, no rest for the wicked. Just what got the Imperial Capital so on the edge they need me to solve it. How pretentious can you be? The Empire can't go a single day without you. Shangguan Feiyun's mouth twitched and revealed a crooked smile. Prime Minister, politics sure keep you busy. Without Sir in the Empire, the sun loses its shine, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei caught his jab, but chose to ignore it as he read the summons with an unspeakable calm. Though minutes later, he winced and cried, What? What happened? Shangguan Feiyun flinched. Bailey Jingwei said. Patriarch has come out and is calling court with the 9 Sword Kings and all officials. He wants to move in on northern lands. Invincible sword is out. Shangguan Feiyun and Dan Xingxin cried out at the same time. The world will be in turmoil soon. What do you mean? Followed by prosperity, I mean, ha ha ha. At Bailey Jingwei's long look, Shangguan Feiyun and Dan Xingxin gave a dry laugh. Bailey Jingwei shook his head. I'll ignore it this time, but please watch your words, Sword Kings. You are the revered 9 Sword Kings of the Central Area, the cornerstones of the Sword Star Empire. If the Empire is flourishing, so are you. If the Patriarch is powerful, so are you. Above all else, never treat Patriarch as your adversary. While I do understand the urge in practitioners to find worthy opponents to test their mettle, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Understood? The two nodded with how little impact he had on these strong Sword Kings. Bailey Jingwei did not press the issue, shouting instead, Guard, prepare to return to the Imperial capital. I and the Sword Kings are going to greet the Patriarch. Yes, sir. A man bowed and rushed to work. Bailey Jingwei spoke again. Also, I had you look for a reliable person from Western lands. Did you find any? Prime Minister, I have. Then send him to Western lands and keep an ear out for anything of note. Bailey Jingwei sighed. Shangguan Feiyun asked, Prime Minister, why are you sending someone to Western lands? Can a single random guy slip through the land's defenses and arrays to spy? I don't need him to find me secrets, but a man's background. Who? Gu Yifan. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed. Gu Yifan has been a worthy opponent. Even though he died, I still want to know everything about him to remember him by. As a manipulator, he had very few pieces in his hands, and who knew, maybe if he were but a little bit stronger, he'd have one, ha. Bailey Jingwei did not finish his thought. Who was to say who came on top when 2 equal opponents collided? Shangguan Feiyun spoke. Gu Yifan has been nothing but cunning. He came to act against my manner, so there's no way he would leave clues to his true identity. The greatest lie isn't based on just deception, but mixing lies and truths. Bailey Jingwei spoke. Gu Yifan is a clever guy, and I'm sure he didn't give me only lies, for it would have made him too suspicious. It's especially easy to be exposed when lying about local customs and product. While his name might be fake, his origin isn't. And with his smarts, there's no way he's unknown in the Western lands. So I want to find who he was, just what kind of man could hold his own against me. Chapter 948, A Time of Need. Chapter 948, A Time of Need. Proofreader, Papatonks. In a world of white, with snow piling up incessantly, dyeing everything in its pure color, even a mountain of a man would find that he would have to trudge along through waist-deep snow to cross this place on this final month of the year. The earth's vitality was subdued, with hardly any man venturing out in this harsh environment. Even a powerful cultivator would rather avoid such blizzards, not wanting to face the heavens and this desolate world of white. Though in these particular parts, 2 lone figures, 2 mere specks in this sea of white, appeared on and off among the snowfall crack. Under the crumbling snow with every step, a thin man paused to readjust the young child on his back. Puffing out white with every breath before resuming his trek, he swayed under the biting winds, only to press harder and regain his stalwart stance. The frail child looked at the bitter and icy world around him, then at the man's body, toiling to carry him. He parted his cracked lips, sobbing, "Dad, I won't make it. You've been making me 11th grade pills to slow the bleeding and recover my blood, hurting your already wounded soul in the process. Then you still insisted on carrying me for months. Now you can't even fly. You can't keep doing this. Dad, let me go and move on. My time is up. I don't want to be a burden." "Quiet!" The man panted and raised his waned face, only his eyes shining with unflinching determination. He just gritted his teeth and pressed on. "Young Sanzi, listen up. I am your dad and I won't have this. No matter what, I'll get you back to the Western Lands alive, so those two can heal you. But the Western Lands is so far away. How can we reach it in time? Dad, you can't go on doing this either. Zhuofan's eyes shook, moving on by sheer stubbornness. Even if I have to walk all the way, I'll still make it. We don't need to keep moving much longer. In half a month we'll reach Goldbaugh City. There's a teleportation array to every land there we can use. We'll be back to Western Lands before you know it. Teleportation array. Gu Santong shook his head bitterly. Dad, you know as well as I do that the 5 lands teleportation array is split into official and commercial routes. The official one belongs to the Sword Star Empire and we couldn't use it even when we arrived in the central area. This won't change now. And the commercial route belongs to the biggest merchant union in all the lands, ignoring any politics involved between them. To use their teleportation array we need the consent of the leader in each land first. How are we going to pass their questioning when we're supposed to lay low? Zhuofan squinted, his brow shaking, but his eyes were firm. With me around, I'll definitely use it. Zhuofan took a heavy step and as the sweat built up, he not once stopped from rushing, Dad, you're the best. Feeling Zhuofan's kind and wide back, Gu Santong teared up, sobbing and slowly falling silent from feeling so weak. Blood trickled down his hand and onto the pure white snow, taking with it just a bit more of his vitality, leaving him defenseless against the elements, with the coldness seeping in unaware of young Sanzi's situation and oblivious to his last words. Zhuofan's mind was set in one direction, to push on, eyes flashing. Zhuofan took step after step, trudging forward slowly and leaving deep marks behind. 4 hours of toil brought Zhuofan to gasping, but nothing deterred him from walking. Only in the 6th hour Zhuofan's foot began to slip, barely able to raise it for another step. Even relying on his weight to push away the snow no longer helped as it did in the 10th hour. Zhuofan was at a turning point, fully spent. His mind was willing but the body hardly made any progress, numb and cold. His spirit had been so tense and focused all this time that it finally gave in, rendering him unconscious. Gu Santong had fallen asleep a long time ago, his tender face growing hard as coldness sapped his warmth, and the slow dripping of blood from his arm seemed to announce the end was nigh. The howling wind never ceased, the biting snow never stopped, blocking the two's hard journey, soon burying them in white. It did not take long before any sign of their passing was gone, and the same went for them, erased by nature's cold embrace. The world was a cruel place, swallowing every being alike. All of us were nothing but visitors on this plane, bound to return in its arms. Rumble. A carriage with huge wheels was pulled by 3 20-meter-tall spiritual beasts, actually stomping through the thick snow with relative ease. These were 3rd-level spiritual beasts, having no trouble galloping through this harsh weather. Inside the carriage were thin curtains along with the fragrance from an incense burner lingering about, hiding the pretty figure inside, unmarred by the bleak desolation outside. Halt. As the carriage stormed through the snow, a loud voice came from within the carriage. The 3 spiritual beasts stopped on the spot. Young miss, what is it? A young voice asked. Jouer, is there blood outside? Blood. The curtain was lifted to reveal a charming face of a 17-year-old girl. Her eyebrows were sharp, focused as she looked around. Are you perhaps mistaken, young miss? There isn't any. The first voice spoke again. Jouer, go outside and check if they've been buried under the snow. They may be alive. Ah! Don't me. Do what I say. I've been a healer for so long the scent of blood is easily recognized. But with such heavy snowfall, they must be under it. Sure, go already. The voice was sweet but carried with it an irreproachable tone. Shrugging, the girl jumped down and searched while complaining. I'm going, damn. What a young miss you are. What was that? Nothing at all. I found someone. As she pushed away the snow, Jouer suddenly cried out, plunging her thin arms into the snow and pulling 2 people out. Seeing the blood on the ground, Jouer shouted, Young miss, you have such a sharp nose. There were 2 people buried in snow. The older one seems frozen, while the younger one is bleeding, close to dying. Bleeding in such bitter cold. The rushed voice from within said, Jouer, get them inside, hurry! The little one must be gravely wounded. I have to heal him. Right away. Jouer was about to act but then paused. But young miss, they're male. It's not right to have them in your magnificent carriage. No man has yet to step foot in it. It's fine if it's the child, but there's no time to mind the rules, lives are at stake. The tone coming from inside went cold. Jouer bobbed her head, and threw the 2 inside. She jumped in herself, and the carriage resumed its mad dash. All that remained was a stain of scarlet in a world of white, slowly fading beneath the endless snow. Chapter 949 Immortal Healer Murong Shui. Chapter 949 Immortal Healer Murong Shui. Proofreader, Papatonks. Jouer threw the frozen father and son into the warm carriage, before a thin curtain. Young miss, here they are. Only the child's blood is dripping on the tapestry. What a shame. Nothing is more precious than life. The tapestry can just be cleaned later. A scarlet thread slipped from behind the curtain and grabbed Jouer's wrist and sent Yuan Qi through it. Jouer grumbled. Why would you care? You're not the one washing it. Jouer, is that another complaint I hear? No, nothing. Young miss is so magnanimous and kind, I could only work myself to the bone for young miss. Jouer proclaimed her undying devotion on the spot. The figure behind the curtain giggled. Stop being so sour, girl, and try to be more serious. He only has some heavy wounds, overstraining himself and his Yuan Qi. Give him Yuan Qi pills and let him rest. He'll then wake up. Yes, young miss. Zhuofan helped Zhuofan in swallowing an azure pill, but then said, He's in the radiant stage yet overworked himself? He's no beginner cultivator that can't control his strength. It's not always about control, but giving one's every drop. It's out of their control. The child must be why he's been out in the snow. Whoosh. The scarlet thread came out from behind the curtain once more, going for young Sanzi's pale wrist. This time her voice was laced with shock at the discovery. This child is strange. There are 2 energies inside clashing constantly and not letting his right hand stop bleeding. I have to stop the bleeding quickly before it's too late. Jouer, a clotting pill. Yes, young miss. Jouer sensed young miss' urgency, and restrained her playful nature. As she fed Gu Santong without question, the pill turned into a red stream that flowed through his body and to his wound. It never reached it, clashed into something inside, and was forced to dissipate outside. The bleeding did not stop, flowing harder now due to the violent reaction of the pill. The scarlet thread on young Sanzi's wrist shook, sending a ripple behind the curtain. The young miss cried out, Since a 5th-grade hemostatic pill doesn't work, then use the 7th-grade hematoma pill. The child won't stop bleeding as long as those energies aren't settled. Yes, young miss. Jouer had never seen her young miss so distraught and fed young Sanzi the pill. The result was the same even with the hematoma pill. The force was too strong for the pill to harden, forced out without any effect. The consequence was even dire in this pill's case, causing Gu Santong to bleed even harder. All the effort Zhuofan spent these months, the toil he went through to make the pills and slow down young Sanzi's bleeding, were all thrown away here, and now the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Zhuofan would surely scream himself hoarse at this idiotic pair. Don't do anything if you don't understand it. You're killing a child. The 2 girls were blissfully unaware of the child's severe condition. Watching things get even worse, the girl and the young miss started to panic. The young miss started demanding frantically, and the girl fed many pills to young Sanzi. All ended the same, with young Sanzi's blood flowing in torrent now and dying. The tapestry scarlet was losing it. Young miss, what do we do? We're only making it worse. What's going on with his wound? Nothing works. The young miss was grave, but then she exclaimed, Did a divine sword harm the child? That can't be it. Even those wounds aren't as grave, slowly healing in the end. Just why is he showing no improvement? Young miss, it doesn't matter why. The older one might wake up any time now, and how will I explain how his son just died? Though there's nothing scary about a radiant stage. Jouer spoke with a sorrowful smile. It'll affect young Miss's eminent reputation. We should have just left them there. After a pregnant pause, the young miss spoke. Saving a life is better than any fancy honor. Since I have seen them, I can never turn a blind eye. Jouer used the North Sea gel on the child. What? Jouer gasped. No, that's too valuable to be wasted on simple flesh wounds. We paid too high a price and worked too hard to get so little of it from the northern land. It's meant for clan heads' use for emergencies. You can't just use it on a stranger. It's too much of a waste. The young miss was pondering this as well, but soon her firm voice came. I, immortal healer Murong Shui, have not once have anyone die on me, and certainly no child. No matter how precious the gel is, it can be earned again, while the child only has one life. And with Big Brother's strength, it's hard to say when he'll actually need it. But won't it be wasted if it ends up the same as the pills? It's never a waste to use spiritual herbs to save one's life. Murong Shui was very detached from the material as she spoke. Jouer, what are you waiting for? Are you the young miss here, or me? Jouer hesitated, totally against the idea, but young Miss Tone demanded obedience, and she had no choice but to suck up her grumbling and take out a gourd. She let a transparent liquid drip out, releasing a sweet odor as it covered Gu Santong's wounded arm. By miracle, every place the liquid touched, the blood stopped leaking. Soon, the liquid covered the entire wound and hardened, keeping the blood inside. The foreign energy inside the arm struggled to fight this interference, only to be crushed without remorse by a sudden silvery light. The liquid had a faint silver glow as it seeped deeper into young Sanzi's body, vanishing completely. Behind it was left young Sanzi's pristine arm, unmarred by any scar or wound. Jouer cheered. Young miss, it worked! The child saved. The North Sea gel is a world wonder, a wonder drug for healing. The young miss relaxed a breath. The joy was short as Jouer recalled the loss of most of the gel and spoke sadly. 10 million sacred spirit stones down the drain. Clan head is bound to flip at the news. Ha, my brother is refined and won't be angry knowing we saved a life. I hope so. Ugh, 10 million, sniff. Jouer was still in pain over such bitter losses. She glanced over to the unconscious Zhuofan. Hey, you owe us 10 million sacred spirit stones. Don't you ever forget it. A chuckle came from beyond the curtain. Jouer, how can a radiant stage have such wealth? Kindness isn't done for a reward. When he wakes up, we'll send the father and son off. Humph, they got it too good. Jouer pouted. What kind of fortune did they have to stumble upon the young miss in their hour of most desperate need? Not just saving them, but for free too. It's better to fleece them of everything once they wake up. We can't have them think money falls out of the sky at every turn. Murong Shui smiled. They were oblivious to the fact they had lent a helping hand to a demon archon, one whose wealth belied his slovenly appearance. He had so much on him that he could repay that North Sea gel many times over, with room to spare. Chapter 950, Filthy Rich. Chapter 950, Filthy Rich. Proofreader, Papatonks. Rumble. The huge carriage was rushing through the snowy wasteland, shaking now and then. Zhuofan, who lay inside on the carpet, maybe one bump had been too hard to ignore, maybe his yuan qi reserves were back. All that it mattered was that he roused, his dried lips parting to speak weakly. Young Sanzi, young Sanzi. Then he just bolted to his feet, shouting his son's name in panic. He was filled with fear and regret of what might have happened. He knew he just woke up from blacking out, but what about young Sanzi? With no one to stop his bleeding or take him to western lands, his life would slip away with every drop of blood. Zhuofan's brow shook and clenched his fist. The regret inside him threatened to consume him whole. How could he just black out and leave his wounded son uncared for while he rested? He was so consumed in his thoughts and feelings he failed to notice the missing cold and snow. God damn it. What's with that racket? You scared me to death. Another shout came that made him flinch. Only now he took in his surroundings, the ever-moving carriage. Across from him was a cute and lovely lady of 17. She was holding an adorable boy of 8, who was looking pale and recovering. Juefan eased a breath and scanned the place before asking the girl, "Miss, did you save us? Why, you don't like it? Then give me your life back." Shooting him a look, the girl scoffed. Juefan grumbled at the most rude reply. Guess he got used to always having the final say, always having the last word. Finally being on the receiving end had him stuck and irate. The only reason she wasn't a bloody smear on the carriage's walls was for saving them. Thanks to the true self-art, my violent tendencies had been curbed a lot over the past 2 years. You should be lucky you met me only now, humph. Juefan forced down his anger, strained a smile and cupped his hands. Ha ha ha. I first want to thank you, miss, for all you've done. And may I ask what got you in such a bad mood? Do I owe you a fortune? Ha ha ha. What do you think? Juefan was joking but hit the lass right where it hurt and made her more depressed and annoyed. Startled, Juefan was even more baffled. I've only just met her, so how could I owe her? By her extreme reaction, I must have really done something at some point. Juefan was perplexed, but the girl just rolled her eyes at him in despair. 10 million, oh, 10 million. The two were stuck in a complete tangent from another, with neither getting the other's intentions. It was then Murong Shue's soft voice came from beyond the curtain. Jer, act like a lady and not so stuck up. It's been 5 days and you still aren't over it? Holy! Someone else is in here? Juefan jumped, now noticing the fourth presence. The sudden rousing and all that happened made him forget to scan the area from her voice. He could tell that she was the boss lady and this girl only the servant. Humph, what a pretentious maid. Juefan lost his early amiable air, looking coldly at Jure. I see, it's your young miss that saved the two of us, not you. Why the sour look then? You didn't do anything anyway, only using her name. Juefan saluted the curtain with all respect. Thank you, young miss, for saving the two of us in our time of need. You! Jure was fuming mad and whined to Murong Shue. Young miss, see who you worked so hard to save. Jure, it's you who started it. Don't blame others for your problems. Take it as a lesson and try not to do it again. Murong Shue scolded her maid and spoke coldly to Juefan. Sir's words weren't proper either. As all life is equal, I do not need any reward for saving you. I only wish for you to be upright and do no evil, making my efforts worth it. Please don't make me regret saving a demon. Ugh. Juefan let out a dry laugh. I only just put the maid in her place, and she's calling me a demon. Then again, I'm certainly no saint, haha. Jure glared at him and turned the lecture on him. Hear that? Young miss wants you to be nice later on, or we can take back your life any time we want to. Ha ha ha, being nice is all up to me. You have saved me but don't need to worry about it. As for taking back the life you just saved, only I decide how I go down. Juefan sneered with a glint in his eyes. I zi gu yifun, never owed anyone any favors. I'll make sure to return this grand gesture at the first chance. So thank you for all the trouble these days, but now it's time to leave. May we meet again? Juefan grabbed Gu Santong's hand and stunned the two with his actions. Jure was stumped by the nerve of this guy, having just been saved from certain death. Then he started being all cocky-like, as if it was these two's endless glory for saving him. Murong Shue was stunned inside. Not nice at all. Juefan exclaimed, having noticed the smooth arm of Gu Santong, with not even a scar on it to show his past suffering. What's going on? Young Sanzi. Jure found the leverage to snap back. Young miss, in her infinite mercy, had brought this poor child back. He is unconscious but stable. What a pity, the young one is such an innocent creature, while the elder one is so vile. Young Miss saved the wrong person. Thank you. Joafan forewent his rude attitude and thanked. I don't matter, but you've done me a great favor for saving my son. Any request you may have, I will fulfill it, no questions asked. Murong shook and nodded. Sir is quite peculiar, but fond of his son. This proves your heart still has some good in it. My only reward is for you to come back on the straight and narrow. Good? Joafan's face twitched. I thought you were joking. I've been evil all my life. I have no clue what good is. How does it even work? Young miss, he's getting off too easy. Just look how cocky he was, it'd be a shame not to ask for anything. Luckily, Jure stepped in to clarify it all, holding out her hand. Since you want to pay, then pay your fees. Joafan chuckled and nodded, as it is right. How much? Just a smidgen, 10 million sacred stones. Jure sported a vile grin. Joafan flinched. Why so expensive? What kind of pills did you use? Not like he couldn't pay, but that he was stunned. Even without the fees as an excuse, he'd still give 10 million, as it was only right. Those dead rocks meant nothing when young Sanzi's life was concerned. Jure misunderstood completely, of course, thinking so many zeros scared him, and laughed. You can't, can you, you penniless? I bet you don't even know what sacred stones look like. Then just give me all you have, even though it's hardly anything of worth. Jure. Murong admonished. Joafan spoke. Monsieur, I can give you that much, but I'm curious what kind of drug you used that is so valuable. If it's not the drug, then I can still pay it as favor for saving us. You think we're lying? Jure huffed, taking out a gourd and showing it to him. You know what's inside? Miracle drug, North Sea gel. If not, listen well. It's a valuable recovery medicine even in northern lands. We had to spend 10 million sacred stones to get this little, and used almost all on your son. Isn't it normal for you to pay at least that much? Sniffing the gourd, Joafan frowned. North Sea gel? There's no mention of it in the 9 Serenities secret records. Is it from the mortal domain? But to save young Sanzi, it has to be miraculous. He smiled at Jure. Miss, since you only have a little left, give it to me for my son, and I'll give you 20 million to make up for it. Ha ha, 20 million? I bet you don't have spirit stones as much. That's not the issue here. Will you accept? Joafan asked. Her raised her head, not believing a word. Fine then, only a fool won't take advantage of such a damn deal. Give me your ring. Joafan's eyes shone and chuckled. Jure did so, and Joafan's ring touched hers. Joafan then took the gourd and his son and was off, laughing. Monsieur, a deal's a deal, bye. Wait, I still haven't checked, Jure cried out. Murong gasped. What is it, Jure? Young miss, 20 million sacred stones are inside the ring. The guy is actually loaded. Jure was bug-eyed, struck dumb by the glittering rocks in her ring. Chapter 951. Greatest Merchant Union. Chapter 951. Greatest Merchant Union. Proofreader, Papatonks. Gold Boss City, a name that implied wealth and riches, all gathered in one place. There was some truth to the saying, money makes the world go round. Most of the central area was under the imperial family and the officials' control, with one exception. Gold Boss City, the largest merchant union in the lands, Serene Shores Trading, held its main office in this very city, where even the imperial family wouldn't get involved, couldn't they, really? Of course, it couldn't be farther than the truth. This empire held so much power that it shocked the other 4 lands, let alone a tiny trading company. It didn't matter how many ties you had across the world, or how much wealth, since with great power came greater wealth. Just how commoners didn't fight with nobles, neither did they fight with high officials as to why a trading company controlled a city, was all due to the empire's permission. Even with the Sword Star Empire standing against the 4 other areas, it still relied on trade with them to exchange resources and local products with each other. In order to facilitate these trades, a neutral party was needed. The Serene Shores trading, in this case the Empire, gave it supreme power in linking the five lands, so it set up relations between all of them and played a pivotal role in any land millennia later, through its subdued lust for power, never stepping into any land's power struggle. It had earned the trust of every faction in the lands, opening their doors for its business. It led to a boom in revenue, growing larger and larger, becoming the main trade hub between the lands. These last few hundred years in particular showed great expansion. It was all due to Bailey Jingwei coming to governance. With his brilliant mind, he urged the trading with the rest of the lands to get bigger and faster, giving the Serene Shores trading more power by building their own teleportation array within the lands. To facilitate this, only the bold would take such a risk. The minute the five lands teleportation array fell in another's hands, they would lose control and could invade the Empire's heart from thousands of miles away. It also worked as a perfect retreat too, giving them an easy way to withdraw without losses. That was why, out of the central area, no other land had a teleportation array in the hands of another, even a trader. Only the higher-ups of every land could activate a teleportation array to another land, so order could be maintained. This showed just how bold Bailey Jingwei was in giving so much power to a trading union. It wasn't done out of impulsiveness either, backed up by real power. The Sword Star Empire didn't fear other lands' spies, nor any kind of trouble they might stir here. The central area had the invincible sword, and only his defeat would crumble the central area, which was impossible since he was way stronger than anyone else. You couldn't kill him even with human wave tactic. Adding to that, the 9 Sword Kings stationed in their domain, and the central area became a connected hell. Even the best clan in Eastern lands was feeling tense, spending even one more day in this place. They were so close to getting shredded too because of such indomitable backing. Bailey Jingwei had an even easier time with politics, displaying his talent without fear or repercussions. Be that as it may, the commercial teleportation array had its restriction. First, one had to wear the Serene Shores Trading's badge, and the other was to gain Gold Boss City's nominal lord's approval, Bailey Jingyu, a member of the imperial family. Lest the enemy took action while they were oblivious and taking this place for themselves. As in any system, leaks always sprouted, even with this double safety net. Maybe the people were too confident in their empire, or they just didn't care how the commercial line was used and trusting Serene Shores Trading completely, or maybe their contempt of the other lands had grown unchecked. Regardless of the reason, the second safety net, Bailey Jingyu, was so insipid and useless. He barely made for a good figurehead, always indulging himself, and not to mention he had a lousy cultivation. With the central area teeming with talent, the only reason the 3-century-old Radiant Stage Bag of Bones got this job was thanks to being part of the imperial family. I.e., he has the Patriarch watching his back. It thus led to the Serene Shores Trading holding the real power in the Gold Boss City. Shuofan did his homework on this city, and was now standing before the grand and ostentatious gates with a weary Gu Santong on his back. Gu Santong might have had his wound healed, and some time to replenish his blood would have got him back on his feet. It just didn't happen. He was still very weak, and his energy just wouldn't recover. The countless pills Shuofan gave him showed no effect either. It was like anything the child ate would be washed away without any result. Shuofan did not understand this condition, nor know how to fix it. So he stuck to the old plan, in taking him back to the 2 monsters in western lands. They were the same type as Qilin, having been alive since antiquity, and should know what this ailment was. To make this trip as smooth as possible, Shuofan chose to use this 5 lands teleportation array and get young Sanzi home. At the very least, young Sanzi's life wasn't at risk on the bustling street filled with riders and carriages. A lone father blended with the crowd, looking all over the place as he went. Shuofan's eyes shone at some point and grinned as he fixed his gaze on a lofty courtyard. Before it were 2 soul harmony experts standing guard, totally devoted to their duties like stone-cold machines. Above them was a most dazzling, flamboyant, and utter money-wasting sign he saw, with Serene Shores Trading written in big fancy, golden letters. To use the commercial line, one first must get this clan's approval, ha ha ha. Xuefan stepped lively for the entrance, but the guards barred his path. Xuefan felt it awfully familiar. Didn't the same happen back at the Veiled Dragon Pavilion? Ha ha, guess lapdogs can be found everywhere. The guards, however, were off script this time around, not having the least bit of scorn, even bowing. Sir, what might have brought you here? Business. What kind? Why would I tell you? I want to see your manager. Xuefan demanded. These watchdogs want to use their master to intimidate me. The guards did not mind it one bit. Ha ha ha, sir, we're not questioning you. We're here to receive guests. But as there are all kinds of people, business can be big or small. We largely deal in big deals, which makes every visitor an important customer. I advise that Sir visits our shops for small buys, only half a mile down the street. We welcome any and all cooperation, thank you. Xuefan raised an eyebrow. The best merchant union sure is something else. They even trained their guards to be nice. No wonder they exploded in size. He found no reason to make the situation worse, so he revealed a bottle with glittering rocks. Tell me, is this deal big or small? Sacred stones. The two gave Xuefan a long look and advised. Sacred stones are under tight control throughout the lands. Not just anyone can have them. Just who are you, sir? Xuefan looked elsewhere and scoffed. The two winced, knowing they made a serious blunder. Forgive me, sir. It was a slip of the tongue. Trust is crucial in any business. I heard when Serene Shores Trading makes a deal, it never asks the other party's history, thus dealing with every aspect of society. But your actions today, if the head knew of it. Forgive us, please, I forgot myself, sir. The guard bowed deeply in fear. Their training comprised of being robotic, to give short replies and not eavesdrop. Most importantly, to treat guests with utmost humility and respect. They could never go after anyone unless ordered to, but because of shock, all the wrong words came out. Looking into the guest, it was plain to see that Xuefan with a child on his back looked like a househusband, not someone important enough to have sacred stones. The sacred stones were so important in the central area as well that only the really important figures had them, and they never came through here. That was why it baffled the two guards to no end. He can't be from the imperial family, can he? One word to the manager and we'll go bye-bye. What rotten luck! What was I thinking, blabbering so much to such a mystery guest? The two looked nervous and grimaced on either side of Xuefan. He had no intention to whip a guard dog, not when he was so nice, but he had to show off his style, to intimidate and swing the negotiations in his favor. These were guidelines Xuefan always adhered to when doing high-profile negotiations. A bark came out of nowhere. Who's making a ruckus at the Serene Shores Trading door? Chapter 952, Soul Harmony's Power. Chapter 952, Soul Harmony's Power. Proofreader, Papatonks. Second young master. With light steps, a youth in lavish clothes came along, which made the guards bow at once. Xuefan chuckled to himself. They say the eldest young master of the Serene Shores Trading is able and efficient, having the clan head's favor, while the second young master is a hothead, making trouble and pissing off his elders. It can't be you, can it? Ha ha ha. Are you done spouting crap? Looking angry, the youth's face sank and released the power of a third-layer soul harmony stage cultivation as he spat. I don't care what much you are, barking at my company, but to insult me? You're dead. Bam! He never got the chance as two stalwart men shielded Xuefan from any harm. The young master flipped out seeing the guards go against him. What do you think you're doing? I'm doing this for you, teaching this punk some manners, yet you defy me? Do you want to die too? Second young master, the master commanded us to always keep the peace and never raise a hand on our guests. Especially to a noble guest such as he, a possible Imperial family member. We can't ever. The guards grimaced and bowed. The guy exploded in rage and cut them off. Who cares? That's only on the surface when he's utterly useless at everything else. Stop exaggerating. Isn't bloodline enough? Zhuofan gave a taunting smirk. Second young master's reputation precedes you. You mean you don't know that in this world, strength is second while heritage is first? Just how many people can actually reach the peak of their skills? The majority is in fact walking around with the noses up and puffed up chest thanks to riding someone's coattails. And you, second young master, are no different. You've been brought up as well, and quite good in fact. The only reason these two guards show you any kind of respect and not send you to your maker is because you're the second young master of the Serene Shores Trading, hee. Zhuofan finished by looking elsewhere, further incensing the enraged second young master till he was beat red. The guards sighed, their hearts bleeding from seeing the second young master ready to pop and the indifferent Zhuofan of his own handiwork behind them. This guest has a sharp mouth as well. Taking deep breaths, the second young master glared at the two and declared, "So you dogs want to stop me, right? You asked for it." Second young master charged for the two, unleashing his great power on them. The guards cried out, "Second young master, please don't force our hand." "Oh, I will, or you can say goodbye to that Imperial family guy. That's what you get for blocking me." Second young master was out for blood. The two guards felt put on the spot, but soon came to a decision and met him head-on. "Second young master, stop making a scene. Harming anyone from the Imperial family will lead to problems for the company. We have no choice but to stop you." Clang. The guards took hard stances and punched with great power towards the second young master, tough and sharp like swords. Such a state could only be achieved with soul harmony. Zhuofan nodded inside like a judge, acting like a bystander to the scene he caused. Not bad sword souls, these two, a shame they're against. Rumble. The mighty sword arts were unleashed as the two punches passed through the second young master's belly, astounding them. "Second young master, why didn't you dodge?" The second young master stood in place with an icy gaze. "Two puny sword souls think to harm me? Humph, your sword training is nowhere near enough to even pluck a hair from me. Train harder next time." That, the guards were panicking and about to retreat when they found their hands stuck in place. The second young master smirked. "I hardly ever fight with soul harmony stage experts, so you don't know. I have a once-in-millennium elemental soul, making me nigh untouchable, phantasmal, the instant my body turns to ice. You can use your sword soul to harm me if you harden them enough, but you're just too weak compared to me. Haha, the moment I formed my soul I surpassed most people around. My superiority in the ethereal stage only became more pronounced in the soul harmony stage. You only lost due to soul levels. Better work harder next time. Train and make up for your weakness." A crackling sound could be heard, and the two guards' hands iced over, the cold spreading over their entire body and freezing them in place. The second young master dealt with them in a flash, slipping backward and letting their hands come out while his body returned to normal. Did the two guards attack at random? Not many soul harmony stage people knew what exactly happened, except for Zhuofan. The soul harmony combined one's soul and flesh, but it wasn't as simple as addition compared to ethereal stage. The soul harmony stage takes the cultivators to a new and improved level. To a flawless state there were three kinds of souls. Beast souls and tool souls were the lowest rung, while the elemental souls were formed through condensing an element and becoming intangible, thus they were better. As for domain souls, they encompassed everything, the highest form where one's rules were supreme. This led to variation in strength in the ethereal stage, despite equal cultivation yet different souls. And once one reached the soul harmony stage, this gap only broadened. A soul harmony of a beast or tool soul would exhibit great power, the savagery of a beast or the hardness of a tool. They were so destructive it could cause real damage even in the ethereal stage, though there were always exceptions. such as monsters like Xuefan with his double soul-empowered domain that could crush even a soul harmony stage cultivator. As to why they ranked so low in the soul harmony stage, that was because when doing soul harmony with an elemental soul, the body combines with it and turns the user phantasmal. As long as the opponent's soul was weaker than yours, he could never touch you. The same happened to those two poor guards. They were on a different level despite their okay-ish cultivation. This was where a soul type made all the difference. As for a soul harmony domain, that was turning yourself into an area and assuming complete control, even more outrageous though enough yuan qi, like in Dan Xingxin's case, to crack the earth and Ren space. Soul type no longer mattered. While soul type was an advantage, it was not a blowout. One's true strength was what made the real difference, though for average people, soul types meant different power levels. Ignoring the stiff and frozen guards, the second young master passed them by and walked before Xuefan. No killing? Xuefan smirked, pointing at the popsicles. They just tried to attack you. I have to say, you're quite forgiving for an arrogant master when teaching your dogs. The second young master's eyes twitched in rage. They attacked me to save your life. Is that how you return their favor, by having me kill them? Return what? I have nothing to give them. Xuefan had a crooked grin. I came to do business and I'm your guest. Protecting me is in their job description. Besides, they most likely did it for the company's name to go untouched for longer. Speaking of, they didn't do it for me, but because the second young master started it, no? Anywho, shouldn't dogs that bite back, regardless of reasons, be put down? Ha ha ha. The fury in the second young master reached a boil as he shook all over and punched at Xuefan. Shut up. Xuefan grinned as the punch stopped an inch from his face. Scared that I'm from the imperial family? Xuefan cocked an infuriating eyebrow. This shows you're not all muscle up there and know when to stop. Now be good and kowtow. Shit. The second young master snapped. Damn cocky bastard, I don't care who you are, but today you die. Just put the kid down. I don't strike children. Xuefan glanced behind at young Sanzi and smiled. I see. Xuefan nodded and stepped in the second young master's personal space, catching him off guard. Bam! A loud explosion tore at the peaceful sky and the second young master felt pain in his gut, making him keel over and spit blood. He looked down in utter shock at the scarlet punch buried in his stomach. How? I have an elemental soul harmony. How did he touch me? No soul harmony expert. Blood dripped from his incredulous face. His legs failed him and fell down with hazy eyes. Elemental soul harmony isn't invincible, and a man carrying a child isn't always weak. Grinning, Xuefan turned around to walk inside, leaving his laughter behind. Second young master, you're amusing. I'll remember you. Maybe we'll get to work together someday, ha ha ha. Wait, who are you? Second young master wanted to shout, but the pain robbed him of his voice. His sight and his consciousness, a sacred beast, was born with soul harmony, then he also had the heaven dragon soul with godlike power. Xuefan was not in the soul harmony stage, but with the heaven dragon soul and Qilin arm, he made up for it. Nothing could stop him, not elemental soul harmony, and neither domain soul harmony. Chapter 953. All business is good business. Chapter 953. All business is good business. Proofreader, Papatonks. Now past that tiny inconvenience, Xuefan no longer gave the two icicles and the unconscious second young master any thought. Walking into the main hall of the building, the first step into the reception hall was met with an explosion of wealth, blinding the eyes from the gaudy and glittering gems and stained glass decorating it. The columns supporting the high ceiling were even more outrageous, some made from the rarest ores and gems hand-picked from the South Mountains, while others came in the form of rare beasts from the North Sea, like the flood dragon. The raw and thick vibe of wealth coming off this hall slammed into Xuefan. As for the strange, average guy waltzing in, Just having entered this place proved he meant business. An aged man stepped closer to ask with a deep bow, "Ha ha ha, sir, with what may we help you today?" "Let's talk business." Sensing he had a soul harmony stage cultivation, yet showing no reaction to a radiant stage cultivator like himself, Zhuofan had to reassess the Serene Shores trading just how ingrained business was to them. The old man smiled. "Right this way, sir. We have strict confidentiality rules here, and all talks are done in private rooms. Once we arrive at Sir's room, a specialized receptionist will attend to you. Of course, as I'm your current receptionist, the content of our talks and their results shall only be kept between us two and my immediate superior. This is the reputation our company prides itself with. So please, rest assured, sir." Zhuofan nodded. Was Serene Shores trading values secrecy so much, going as far as minimizing the flow of information to prevent a leak while taking its reputation as a guarantee. This is how they managed to deal with both good and bad people, gaining the trust of all the land. Its policy vows the company as being completely safe in business, taking no side and spying on no one. Its neutrality was thus assured, with no parties being offended, while neither receiving any special treatment either. But this business plan shows its genius by allowing them to get in touch with all factions. It is the law of nature for everyone to have something needing taking care of hidden from the eyes of all. Serene Shores Trading's neutrality allowed it to swim freely among these dealings, with no repercussions. Once into a fine and classy room, Zhuofan got into a sculpted lavish chair, one leg over the other. The old man was calmly closing the door, then made a sign to seal sounds in this room by erecting a barrier. Now the old man turned to Zhuofan and smiled. "Sir, we can now begin." "They're right about Serene Shores Trading, serving any customer with utmost attention to detail." "You're too kind, sir. This is our job, ha ha ha. While your people's skills are pristine, I can't help but wonder if your power is just as great, able to ease my worries." A rare praise came from Zhuofan, one followed by a taunting eyebrow and switch of topics. The old man smiled. "Sir, it's plain to see to all the 5 lands just how strong we are. Regardless of the request and its outcome, we are confident enough we can do it. If by some absurdity we can't, then no one else in the world can, ha ha ha." The old man sounded humble, but anyone could sense the pride and confidence in his tone. "In the Serene Shores Trading's power, ha ha ha, I can only hope." Zhuofan didn't pursue it and went to business. "I would like to use the company's 5-land teleportation array, your commercial line. Will this be acceptable?" "A what?" The old man winced, his strolling air changed to one of shock. "You want to use our commercial line?" "I can't." No, that's not the issue here. "But," the old man was put on the spot, "it's not just our company that controls it, but also the city lord. We can't use it as we wish. I'm afraid I can't complete your request. Please allow me to call my superior, sir. I'll be only gone for a moment." The old man made a gesture and the barrier was down so he could leave. Zhuofan knew using the commercial line wasn't going to be easy, yet was content in waiting, having long ago made a plan for it. It hardly took much time for the door to open again and the same old man arrived, along with another in his 20s of the same cultivation. Zhuofan reckoned his true age to be close to 100. The old man resealed the room and made the introductions to Zhuofan. "Sir, here is our company's eldest young master, Wu Ran's, and my immediate superior. It's best if you talk with eldest young master about your business." "Hello, sir, I've been told you wish to use our commercial line." Wu Ran's bowed lightly. Despite being a successor like that second young master, he showed only courtesy, like the whole of Serene Shores Trading did with all their customers, even if some were weak radiant stage cultivators or still unaware just how big of a deal they were here for. Zhuofan squinted. "So he's the eldest young master. Word has it that he's sharp and able, the clan head's right-hand man. Looking at him now, he does follow the company's rules." That wasn't enough to remove all of his skepticism, however, finding something a bit off about him. Unable to clear his doubts at the time being, Juefan just nodded. Yes, that is why I'm here. I see, ha ha ha. Wu Ran's was blunt, sir. While the commercial line is something Serene Shores Trading set up, it is under Gold Boss City Lord's control. You need both approvals to use it. Each instance requiring its use also needs to be submitted a day in advance, along with the items carried, quantity, destination, and so on. I'm sorry to say, but today's report has already been given. Using it for our own selfish needs will incur the Empire's wrath. I'm sorry, but this is something we cannot do. Juefan mocked, watching his fake business smile. So you're saying a company as huge as yours needs to make reports each time? Yes, this is a handicap, but no matter how big we are, we can't go against the Empire. Please forgive us. So I just need the City Lord's approval, and I can use the commercial line, right? Of course. All that's required is the City Lord's approval, and with a big enough deal, making it worth using it, the commercial line will be available to you. As for what you wish to carry, be it contraband or even people, we'll do it regardless, with none catching wind of this. I stake my company's name on it. Quite a good name too, ha ha ha. Juefan gave a smirk and his eyes glinted while fuming inside before even coming to Gold Boss City. He knew Bailey Jingyu was useless, ignoring his duty most of the time. At best, he'd go to the company to get some crumbs. There was no way a company as big as theirs would let some moron control it. They made sure ages ago to fill the fool's appetite. That was the extent of their collaboration. Name dropping in this case was only used to jack up the price. To rip him off, I bet that even if I do go to him for approval, you're going to work behind my back so he'll make it harder on me, then split the profits later. Juefan had seen this tactic done plenty of times before. Sure, the Serene Shores Trading cared not who came knocking their door, since they made sure to fleece them. Business and treachery go hand in hand. The bigger the deal, the shrewder the tactic. The dignified presentation proved it. Eldest young master sure is wise and able. Juefan's eyes flashed in thought. Wu Ran's wore the same flat smile, not betraying any thoughts he might have about his praise. Thank you. Then let's talk business. I wonder if your company can smooth it over with the City Lord, with a big enough business, that is. Ha ha ha, that counts as a second deal. Wu Ran's beamed. Juefan chuckled. Yes, eldest young master is a shrewd businessman, ha ha ha. It's the company's rule, sir, nothing more. We can't do business without capital, and the City Lord needs to be on the take as well. Wu Ran's gaze was fixed on Juefan. But sir, what is the deal anyway? A large one, the biggest one your company had in millennia. He Juefan gave a crooked smile. Chapter 954. A bit low. Chapter 954. A bit low. Proofreader, Papatonks. Wu Ran's lit up. Huge deal? Could you tell us too about it, sir? Ha ha ha, you're awfully slow for someone praised to be sharp, eldest young master. How else are we supposed to trade if I don't tell you about it? Eldest young master, aren't you being redundant? Juefan toyed. Wu Ran's nodded with a smile. Indeed, sir is right, and I've been rude. Before we get to it, I have something for you. Juefan took out a bright crystal and a vial from his ring. Wu Ran started at the sight of them and asked, Sacred stones and 11th grade pill? Sir, is this the deal you spoke of? While they're both uncommon, there's plenty of them between men of true worth. Our company has traded in fairly large amounts of them as well. I fear that this deal... Eldest young master, you're being slow again. I just said that I have something to show you before the real deal. Juefan smirked. Wu Ran's cheeks reddened, not liking being prodded again and again for over minor things. His flat business smile slipped for a second as well. Then, sir. Identity. Juefan chuckled and shook his head. The company does not check its customers out of consideration, but I'm willing to go the extra mile for a more solid cooperation. I am an 11th grade alchemist. This is one of my pills, and these sacred stones are something I got from selling some of them. I am among those men in power and have the right to deal big. Wu Ran's, and the old man chuckled, then bowed. Sir, revealing your identity isn't necessary. You're a valued customer the moment you stepped into our company. We sincerely— Oh, don't say that! Zhuofan chuckled. All that enter are noble guests because your guards filter them at the door. Any that passes them are bound to be important, so there's no need for screening. That, however, was not how I got here, and I need to facilitate our big deal through increasing our mutual trust. Wait, you didn't go through? Wu Ran's was stunned and baffled. Then how did you get here? There's 2 soul harmony experts outside. Zhuofan read his doubts on his face. I fought my way in, knocking them out. Wu Ran's flinched. That's soul harmony stage, and 2 cultivators at that. How? Also, your second young master passed by, so I knocked him out too. He should be having a nap at the door. Zhuofan threw the last part in. Yes, I beat your baby brother. What are you gonna do about it? Zhuofan waited for the stiff-faced Wu Ran's to react. The guy let out a long breath and bowed. Forgive me, sir. The guards must have been rude to you and deserved it. I'll be sure to look into it and deal with them. As for my brother, I ask that sir overlook his recklessness. May sir speak of the huge deal you mentioned? Your flaw is your humanity. Seeing the unfazed gaze of Wu Ran's, Zhuofan chuckled. While respect was imposed to make dealings better, it has been so enforced that morals have been thrown away. I told them I beat the guards, and the eldest young master didn't care. As all men of ambition would rather lose to the enemy, and not because of having wretched clansmen. There was no harm in having some clan flunkies take the brunt as long as a huge deal was coming their way, though this would take a different aspect when his brother got involved. That he was too impersonal. Zhuofan was cold as well, not impersonal, since ruthlessness was also a part of one's humanity. He might not like his little brother, but at the very least, it should have concerned him. As for those who cherished their brother, they'd be flipping out about now. There were many ways to keep a straight face, but none were perfect in the other extreme. Hearing your brother suffered, you might be overjoyed since you too were vying for the clan's power. Such was humanity, good and bad, envious and passionate. Zhuofan saw none of this in Wu Ran's. He only cared about his interest and nothing else. The worst part, he was only chasing profits and wealth out of instinct, going through life with a frozen heart. So this is Serene Shores trading's wise and able. Haha, I'd rather not have such company. It's too hard to control. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and he spoke. Eldest young master is so open about it. I was standing here afraid of facing you. I didn't even realize he was second young master before acting. I understand my brother the best. He must have started it and incited sir. Hope you'll forgive us. Wu Ran's continued. Can we now talk about the huge deal? Zhuofan nodded and revealed a gourd. Look at this. He opened it and Wu Ran's gasped. North Sea Gel? The North Sea Gel? The old man cried out. It's Northern Land's specialty, yet also a local rarity. Not even their faction's leaders have much of it. I heard only the sea demons of the North Sea are guarding it. It's so dangerous there that even a sword king can die. Sir, is this what you want to trade? We'll take everything you have, money isn't a problem. The old man blurted out like a broken record, leaving the plotting Zhuofan to be taken aback. This thing's that valuable? So that's why the wench wanted 10 million sacred stones. Is this thing valuable? I heard that it can heal any wound in an instant, even one made by the 5 lands' divine weapons. When Invincible Sword ran amok in the northern lands, the other 3 lands joined to drive him back, but many have died. It's all due to this item that the strongest survived Sundering Sword's wounds. You have such a thing and don't know this? The old man gasped. Zhuofan grumbled a bit and said, I recently obtained it and I'm not familiar yet. Then, tell me a number. 30 million sacred stones. The old man spoke first on the spot. Juefan was shocked inside. Does that mean the 20 million and the fact it was used on young Sanzi still isn't worth its value? Seeing him silent, Wu Ran's thought it was from hesitation and spoke. 50 million. 50. Juefan jumped in shock. From the sheer fact Wu Ran's, a man obsessed with profits, to call out such a number without a twitch, showed it had to be way more valuable. Holy hell. What the hell is this to be so expensive? It's like sacred stones are just dull rocks to him compared to this. His silence was taken as dissatisfaction again, and Wu Ran sighed. I know 50 million is very low, that even a tiny bit of North Sea gel is invaluable, with all the lands fighting for it, but the most money we can access is 50 million. I actually struck gold with this. They saved my son and I just gave them double the asking price, to return the favor. But this was by no means calling it quits, not with its value. I simply robbed them of it. Sigh, I never owe anyone anything and now I owe tons. I have to pay it all back. Juefan's face twitched and took the gourd back. Who said this is the item of trade? I was only asking. Juefan stashed it away. The two were dumbstruck, red eyes fixed on that ring, their hearts burning with greed and anger. Dude, are you toying with us? Talking about some huge deal, then you take that out. Here we are sincere about buying it, so why not make the trade? Are you mocking our addiction by saying that? Or are you saying you got something better than North Sea gel? Not happening. To Juefan, that was just it. He had something so huge and outrageous that it could buy the whole company. Chapter 955. Demon Spirit Stone. Chapter 955. Demon Spirit Stone. Proofreader, Papatonks. Now don't get too excited. This right here is what I'm trading. Seeing the hunger in their eyes, as if he stole the juiciest morsel right from their mouth, Juefan gave a dry cough and revealed the main star of this deal, some pitch-black rock. Wu Ran's weighed the odd rock in his hand, speaking in doubt. And what is this supposed to be? Never seen it before. It doesn't seem to have much use either. Our company never has things we can't use. Sir, I recommend you put the North Sea gel back on the table. I know our capital is limited and lacking, but it will soon be amended. We'll sign an IOU as well if we have to. Our credibility has been carefully groomed for thousands of years. Juefan's face twitched and grinned inside. He must really want that North Sea gel with a passion to turn from an eminent gentleman into a street peddler, foregoing his status and his leverage. Juefan, however, had no intention of handing over. He had some research in mind for it. Maybe it was exactly what young Sanzi needed to wake up. Eldest young master, I'm sure you know what saving the best for last means. First I took out an 11th grade pill, then the North Sea gel. But neither of them are part of the deal. Are you perhaps thinking the third item is lesser than the two? Shaking his head, Juefan gave a mocking smile. The item I intend to trade is no less valuable than the North Sea gel, Scout's honor. You talk a mean game, saying you actually have something better than the priceless North Sea gel. Wu Ran's gasped, then gave the plain, black rock a second look. True, everything he took out was better than the last. First was an 11th grade pill, the second was the North Sea gel, and lastly this thing. Maybe this black rock is better than the North Sea gel, but we can't see it? Wu Ran's got the rock to eye level and focused on it, using all his concentration to find anything that might betray its supposedly amazing value, only to come up empty. What the hell is this thing? Wu Ran's wore a constant frown, finally turning a perplexed look to Juefan. Try using Yuan Qi, the same you use when cultivating. Juefan grinned and lightly instructed Wu Ran's tried doing what he said and absorbed spiritual energy around the shock came in seconds. He was just giving it a casual try, yet the rock's seemingly infinite energy surged into his body. Moreover, unlike spirit stones or even sacred stones, what he got from this was Yuan Qi that blended with his. It cleansed his meridians as the energy traveled on the way to his dantian, filling it with power in a mere blink. The black rock vanished, while his body was filled to the brim with yuan qi, so much so his meridians were aching. He was on the verge of advancing. Wu Ran's was dumbstruck in his seat, trying to blink away the fog. Any cultivator worth his salt knew the sacred stones and spirit stones were first emptied of spiritual energy, then had that energy turned into yuan qi to train. It was a time-consuming process, taking hours, days, and even years. This was where this black rock came in, cutting the time to zero by feeding the boy pure yuan qi. In case of a fight, this rock would make one's yuan qi reserves endless, giving one supreme advantage, while in terms of cultivation, it saved tons of time. Just that little pebble he absorbed translated into half a month of constant sacred stone usage. What was more, the yuan qi he got was the same obtained through usual practice. Through the process of taking the spiritual energy from a sacred stone or a spirit stone, most of it would be cast away, keeping only what the user needed before turning it into his own yuan qi. Unlike the common convention, this black rock had fully usable yuan qi. It would make advancing so much easier since it added an extra oomph, which made a whole difference when pushing through to the next level. Wu Ran's mind was overwhelmed from shock and fear. This small thing was a game-changer. It could speed up cultivation tremendously. The old man was looking puzzled, having not felt it to believe it. Eldest young master, what's wrong? Is it any good? Not just good, but perfect. Wu Ran's eyes shone with an even hotter gaze on Zhuofan. Sir, what is this and how many do you have? Giving a devil smile, Zhuofan drawled, It is the demon spirit stone from Serenity Vein. In the entire world, you won't find a second person to have it. As for the amount, ha ha ha, as much as you want. Well, is it worth it? Is it a huge deal? Sir, is without a doubt amazing. This deal is beyond huge. Wu Ran's brow shook, his eyes blazing with excitement. The North Sea Gel is only great at healing, but the Demon Spirit Stone can revolutionize cultivation as we know it. It can greatly increase one's cultivation, but its greatest asset is to guarantee one's life. I now understand what Sir meant by being better than the North Sea Gel. Although, my only wish is for Sir to keep it that way. Catching his drift, Zhuofan gave him a long look. Why, planning on having a monopoly on it? Exactly. As Sir is the sole owner of this stone, with our company's deep connection throughout the lands, you'll earn the most with us acting as middlemen. Sir has only to gain from a cooperation with us. Then about my deal. Consider it done. And the city lord. A foregone conclusion. Wu Ran's waved off all of Zhuofan's doubts, his face solemn. All we need from Sir is constant cooperation with us. You, Sir, are our most noble customer. Everything can be resolved, our company willing to solve all of Sir's issues. Zhuofan nodded with a chuckle. Great, then I shall take my leave and wait for eldest young master's good news. Zhuofan got up to leave. Wait. Wu Ran's cried out, still smiling. Just how many does Sir have? Could Sir offer some? I still need to convince my father and the city lord. Afraid I'm bluffing. Ha ha ha, no, not at all. Just 100,000, but I must have first pick of all the goods you got from all the lands in exchange for it. Zhuofan seemed to struggle as he talked. Wu Ran's nodded. Sure, that settles it. Here's the highest commercial card, Sir. Wherever you may go, our company's assets will be at Sir's disposal. Only 5 such cards have been handed out, with Sir's being the 6th. 5. The leaders of every land has the right to own one since war is costly and we'd be helping them in times of need. Wu Ran's beam. Zhuofan gave him a look, so they're into war finance as well. Not that he cared, since it was all the same to him, so he held out his ring. Eldest young master, here are 100,000 demon spirit stones. I'll await the good news. Rest assured, Sir. Bam! The 2 rings clinked and the transfer finished. Wu Ran's got his rocks and Zhuofan got some shiny golden card. Taking his leave with Gu Santong on his back, Wu Ran's and the old man walked him out well beyond the reception. The other guests there was stunned, then gave Zhuofan astonishing looks. Who's he, to have even the eldest young master show him out? Out of even the reception? Eldest young master only ever walked even the most important customers to the reception, but today, eldest young master, second young master was beaten up outside the company. Someone was running towards Wu Ran's and whispered, while second young master was being carried over by some guards not sparing him a glance. Wu Ran spoke. No matter, he asked for it. Keep an eye on him from now on, make sure he doesn't disturb the customers. He then walked back to Zhuofan, all smiles. Sir, I asked for a room to be ready for you. If it's not up to Sir's standards, please mention it to the tavern and the whole of Gold Boss City will be at your disposal. I need to talk about our deal with my father and won't be able to accompany you for the following days. I ask Sir to be patient. Zhuofan nodded, finding it a waste of time to talk to a man with no soul. Who are you? You dared to ambush me? Fight me like a man. A roar resounded in the hall. Zhuofan paused and turned to second young master. Wu Ran's was the fastest to shout at him. Brother, stop making a scene. You're disturbing the customers. Father will deal with you. Did you forget already what happened 3 years ago? It's because I can't that I loathe these grand customers more. Second young master pointed at Zhuofan and screamed, Duel me if you have the guts. Wu Randong won't fall so fast the second time. Wurandong. Zhuofan cocked an eyebrow, then grinned as he lightly stepped outside with the same old man attending to him. Wu Ran signaled the guards to take his screaming brother towards a lofty manor. Chapter 956, Duel. Chapter 956, Duel. Proofreader, Papatonks. Knock. An old man was inspecting a document over a finely carved jade table when someone knocked. He raised his aged face and asked, What is it? It's me, father. I have something urgent that needs your attention. The old man recognized the voice and said, Oh, Rans, come in. Creak. Wu Rans lightly stepped forward, followed by 6 Soul Harmony guards carrying a wounded and an aggrieved second young master. The old man's eyes showed he understood the situation as he sighed. Wu Rans bowed and spoke flatly, Father, I request that brother is to be confined for half a month, lest he ruin the company's affairs. What did he do this time? The old man gave a long sigh as he returned to inspecting the document, giving no regard to his son's spat. Wu Ran smiled, but then Wu Randong got out of the guard's hands and slammed the table as he barked. Isn't it obvious from how I look? Someone beat me up. Father, he is an important customer that will propel our company to higher heights in our trading with the lands. Ignoring the tantrum, Wu Rans reported, Brother had a clash with the customer, but fortunately he was not heavy-handed, nor did he much care for this incident, still willing to trade with us. Before brother makes things any worse, I beseech father to confine brother and prevent from irritating our customer and driving the biggest deal our company has ever seen. Wu Randong whipped his head at Wu Rans and spat, Brother, you're just going to pin this on me without even hearing the whole story? Rans, is his deal that valuable? The old man ignored his youngest's annoyance and asked what mattered. Wu Randong nodded, never looking away from his father. Not just valuable, but far more important than even North Sea gel. Ka. The old man paused. His eyes shook and snapped on Wu Ran's, like the North Sea gel? Not just that, but far, far bigger. Absurd. We've been wanting to trade in the North Sea gel for thousands of years, yet never got the chance. Northern lands have it in short supply and have it on a tight guard. Now you come to me saying there's something way better? What is it then? The old man showed excitement for once. Wu Ran spoke. Father, it's what I've been meaning to tell you about. Take this. Wu Ran's presented a black stone. The old man frowned. Father, please cultivate a bit with it. Wu Ran's had a vague smile, just like how Zhua Fan did it to him. The old man did as told. What happened to Wu Ran's before happened with him as well. The rock was gone and a surge of yuan qi filled him with endless power. The old man cried out as he turned to Wu Ran's in shock. What is this thing? Demon Spirit Stone. Wu Ran's bowed, looking excited as well, retelling all that transpired, finishing with, "The customer had given us 100,000 in advance, then will sign with us an indefinite contract, and all he wants is to use our commercial line. I already promised him this, and I ask that father works fast to strike a deal with the city lord, to get his approval." The old man's eyes shone as he laughed. "Sure, there's no way we're going to miss the deal of the century. I'll go to the city lord right now and see what he wants in return." That old Bailey Jingyu couldn't just stick to booze and women, but had to play dumb as well, insisting that we have to talk in person. "Rands, you'd be more than enough for something as simple as this." "Well, not that it matters, since in 2 years, I'll withdraw from being chairman of the company, and you'll be taking over. Then he'll be your problem, ha ha ha." Wu Rands laughed along, his eyes dead, like there was nothing exciting in becoming the top dog, or since it's only obvious. He had established himself in the serene shores trading, and his father had nothing but praises for him, while the rest of the members admired him greatly. So young, yet the highest manager under his father, bringing many important deals without the help of his father, helped consolidate his value within the company. It had long gone from his father being assured of passing the mantle, becoming an obvious choice. But what about vying for power, for status? Did you expect him to see his poor excuse of a brother as a worthy match? He didn't amount to even a bucket of spit. There was nothing to be jealous of. Wait. Wu Randong butted in with a red face and bloodshot eyes. "Father, brother, is money all you care about? He has humiliated the company's members, and your own flesh and blood got beaten up, yet you don't even care? What worth would any trade be, regardless of how big, if it's crooked?" The old man shot him a cold look. "Randong, I have told you both before, that respect is paramount in our line of work. The people we deal with all come from important clans. We may have spread out throughout the lands, but we never mix money with politics, ever. The moment we cross the line will be the second we become petty and lead the company to ruin. Why else do you think I've been wasting so much time catering to that spineless Bailey Jingyu? It's all due to having Bailey in his name. Don't ever say his name around me. I hate him to death." Wu Randong spat in fury. Wu Rand shouted, "Brother, that's enough. We only grew to our current influence because we value respect above all else in our dealings. It's what pays for all the resources you get to use to cultivate. How else would you have reached the soul harmony stage so fast? Without power, you'd be weak and at anyone's mercy. And bowing and scraping isn't a weakness. We are weak against the top while strong against those at the bottom. But if we break our principles, the clan will be over, and no matter where we go, we'll be the weakest. You think about that." Wu Rands huffed and said to the guards, "Father and I will be going to the city lord's manor. You make sure to confine him. Above all else, make sure he doesn't go and disturb that valued customer, or you'll have to answer for it." Father and son walked out without giving Wu Randong a glance as the guards bowed. Bam. They didn't even have to stand straight as the lavish room sported an extra-large hole, with the sun's warm rays falling upon them. As for Wu Randong, he was nowhere to be found. Damn it. Second young master ran away. After him. They all panicked as they scrambled out of the hole in their rushed search. They failed to notice the bush just below the room, where Wu Randong stuck his head out to watch them leave. He gnashed his teeth. "There won't be any deal, not if I can help it." Wu Randong stepped cautiously in another direction, towards the biggest tavern in Gold Boss City. An hour later, in a grand room, Gu Santong lay on the bed, Weak and unconscious Xuefan sat at his bedside, watching over him with constant sighs. He could have carried Gu Santong in his ring, but the fear of something happening to him prevented that. Instead he chose to carry him always to sense every little change in his son. After so many days, he relaxed knowing his condition was stable. Serene shores trading. Xuefan's eyes shone as he contemplated. Wu Ran's and the entire company are capable in trading, but too obsessed with profit. All merchants value gain over parting, especially this one. It's easy to be stabbed in the back even after the deal is done. As for that second young master, get out. Whoever you are, get out now and duel me. The ravings coming from outside cut his thoughts short. Xuefan chuckled. Wurandong? Speak of the devil, ha ha ha. Chapter 957, Ice Dragon Blast. Chapter 957, Ice Dragon Blast. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. Fa flashed in Wu Rondong's face, eyes darting all over the place, then grinned when the coast was cleared the area before the big fight. I am the second young master of Serene Shores trading. Anyone would flee. Wu Randong spat, there's only us now. You won't get the drop on me like last time. Xuefan rose an eyebrow and smiled. I get it, you don't want bystanders hurt. Your compassion knows no bounds. But do you have the luxury to worry about others when you're going to get it? You know I beat you once, yet you're that confident you can win this time? Shut it. Regardless of outcome, you've made an enemy out of Serene Shores trading. Now suffer for it. With a furious roar, Wu Randong stomped and charged towards Xuefan. He made hand signs and an icy aura spread from him. High profound ranked martial art, Ice Dragon Blast. Knowing Xuefan was no pushover, Wu Randong went all out from the first attack. With a furious hiss, Wu Randong turned into ice-cold silver lights that spread out to take the form of 9 dragons. As they smashed forward, Xuefan squinted. The same skill has different power based on each user's cultivation. This skill was a profound ranked martial art, but Wu Randong was a soul harmony expert with an elemental soul, perennial ice soul. The soul and the art combined, making him become an ice dragon and boosting its power. It also helps emphasize its weaknesses. An expert that could contrain his elemental soul could make use his reckless charge and inflict serious damage. A shame. Xuefan was just the type with a nasty smirk. Xuefan flew straight at the dragon's boom. His previous spot was assaulted by the ice dragon's explosions, the coldness spreading out and freezing everything around the tavern before disintegrating. As for the dragons, they were still around despite the move having ended, turning towards Xuefan in the air and chasing after him. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, Shift. Xuefan grinned at the 9 dragons as his right eye shone golden boom. The 9 dragons clashed in the air and unleashed their icy power, turning the area into ice before crumbling to glittering ice particles. Whoosh. Xuefan then appeared elsewhere, giving the 9 dragons a mocking grin. Wu Randong was pissed more than ever, roaring and sending the dragons after Xuefan again. Xuefan had the Divine Eye of the Void as his ace, always keeping him out of danger while the dragons kept blasting the air with ice. Wu Randong's face twitched, incensed at his futility, but also grave. Knowing just how strong Xuefan was, he simply breezed through the blast without a care, proving the gap between the two. It was so large that the other did not feel like fighting back. The weaker party would make the sensible choice and run away, but Wu Randong no longer had that option, not after looking at Xuefan with such bloodshot eyes. He didn't want to beat Xuefan now. At the very least a bruise or a cut that would be enough to break their deal. Wu Randong howled again, the 9 ice dragons exploding with coldness and even freezing space, dyeing it white. The clear sky was now covered in dark clouds, pouring down snowflakes. And with the dragons' roars, a savage storm brewed around Xuefan, blocking every direction. Xuefan shook his head. Now this is his actual power. This guy is the type to harass until he's beaten into the ground. I was kind enough to show him reality, but it just didn't reach him. Oh well, Xuefan grinned, pulling his sleeve with a giddy look and an evil smile. It's brother. In another side of town, Wu Ran's was talking business in a brightly lit castle. Seeing the disturbance outside and the snow storm, he shouted, "Damn that fool! He's making it hard for me again." Their father frowned and cursed. What are those servants doing? Did they let him run free and cause chaos? If they ruin my biggest deal, they're finished. Wu Randong knew his father and brother had to be talking about him, or more like cursing, but he didn't care, still doing his thing and trying to score some kind of hit. With another draconic roar, the 9 dragons' power reached its peak, spreading in the air and on the ground. The dragons then flicked their tails, targeting Zhuofan, only this time way faster than before. The dragons as well, no longer charged like a stampede, but coming from all directions, to seal Zhuofan's escape. Though Zhuofan just stood there, with only his right hand releasing a scarlet light, shimmering the air around it from his raw power. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Space Crusher. Even as the 9 dragons were close to reach him, Zhuofan wouldn't budge, sporting a creepy grin as his right eye shone in 4 golden halos. 1,000 meters around Zhuofan shimmered strongly, wearing down even the air itself as explosions sounded off. As for the 9 dragons, 8 howled from being fakes, crumbling into glittering ice. The last one remained though, growling, and forced itself forward as it shook under the attack. In the end it swished its tail and was forced to fall back. Ha ha ha, it clearly points out the real body. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and flew for the ice dragon, catching up to it in seconds and giving it a mean punch. Of the 9 dragons, 8 were of Yuan Qi, and only the last one was due to soul harmony, allowing you to withstand the crumbling of space. Second young master, your attack has no effect on me. Bam! The dragon howled and spat blood again and again, having suffered such a heavy blow, sent into the ground and leaving a 100-meter-wide crater. Once the dust cleared, what was left was an ashen youth. With blood at the mouth, Zhuofan drifted over and chuckling, "Well, wanna continue? Humph, guess you win this time. But don't get too smug, Serene Shores Trading won't let this matter stand. You're dead for sure." Wu Randong spat through gritted teeth and walked away. Zhuofan's casual tone reached him. "You really don't want your company to make such a big deal with me." Wu Randong winced, but covered it well, showing a mocking smile to Zhuofan. "There won't be any deal. You hurt me, so don't think my father will just work with you. You should be worried about coming out alive, rather than an impossible deal." "Is that so? Here I think your brother is much more keen on trading than your situation." "Oh wait, he never cares about you at all, only making deals." Zhuofan mocked. Wu Randong's face shook. "My brother is my brother, and dad is dad. It's still father who has the final say." Seeing their attitude, you'll know I'm right. Just from your brother's status in the company and his style, I can tell your father's as well. Zhuofan shook his head. "If your father loved you at all, your brother would have shown something for you, hatred or caring, but he has nothing. This goes to show, second young master must have a tough time within your house." "Shut up!" Wu Randong screamed, pointing at Zhuofan. "Who do you think you are to tarnish our company's name? Let me tell you, your deal is through. So get lost, now." Zhuofan chuckled. "What did I say? You're clearly aiming for a broken deal. Are you showing your true colors at last?" Wu Randong's lip trembled, lost for words. Who is this guy? Always seeing through my intent and attacks. Chapter 958. Better Not Regret It. Chapter 958. Better Not Regret It. Proofreader, Papatonks. Are you looking to mess up the deal? Wu Randong stood dumbly under Zhuofan's scrutiny. Feel like sharing why? Given enough reason, I may be inclined to let this deal fall through like you want. A what? Wu Randong gave Zhuofan an incredulous look. Aren't you after the commercial line? If the deal is off, how are you going to use it? You don't have to worry about that. That's the kind of guy I am, Casual, ha ha ha. Zhuofan's eyes shone, using his guile to sway him. Second young master, I'm more than sure of your position in the company. You're an eyesore to your own family, unable to do even the most menial tasks, just like a dead weight. Why you? Before you deny, know that I'm right. Zhuofan continued, you can't strike deals, you can't break them, you're weak, and you can't change my mind. The trade between me and your father and brother won't be influenced by you. And if you had it in you, you'd have gotten them to break it off already instead of looking to take it out on me. In other words, I'm the only person that can help you. And all I want is to hear your story. Or is it that there isn't one, with second young master wanting to make a scene out of anger? Are you that much of a child? Of course your dad won't care about you. Wu Rondong's lip shook, staring at Zhuofan and finally sighing, fine, you wanted my reasons, here they are. I hate the company. I don't want it to grow any bigger, I want to destroy it. Why? You're the second young master and only have to gain from its development. Zhuofan found a nice a chunk of rock to sit on and look at his furious face. I'd get it if it came from the guards, being annoyed by their boss and having a hard time. Yet a successor like you, instead of vying with Wu Rans for the lead, you want to run the family business into the ground, with everyone losing. I gotta say, you're a true prodigal son to want to destroy your family. Or is it envy from seeing your brother taking the power? Spite makes more sense in this case. Some people would rather destroy what they can't have. I've seen plenty of those to last a lifetime. You're the spiteful one. I'm a man of virtue and it won't matter even if I have no real power. How could I just lust for power? Why then? They're all dead inside. Wu Randong squinted and gnashed his teeth. You went into the company and you've seen bowing and scraping, right? Zhuofan paused and nodded. It's not all bad, bowing to. That's what you think. Wu Randong glared and roared. Serene Shores Trading are always respectful to all clients. That's how it's spread throughout the lands. It used to be my pride as well, thinking being kind is what makes you strike big deals, respecting the other party to achieve your goal. But then I found that this nice attitude has made us weak. Not fighting back or never talking against any dissent aside, they still have a smile on their faces even after the other took a life. This is a disgrace. A business is a negotiation. You respect me and I respect you. But if you don't, why the hell should I respect you? We've grown big enough already and don't need to scrape for deals like beginners. Naive. Zhuofan chuckled in disdain. That's why your dad gives you the cold shoulder, since you'll get into trouble at some point. Because of your virtue, you don't compromise, clueless that you're still in the palm of the strong. One wrong move and your family is finished. Wu Randong cried out, you're also saying that. Of course, since business and politics never match. Zhuofan waved his hand, his eyes shining. Second young master, was the other party someone important to end up with a fatality? Wu Randong nodded heavily. 3 years ago, because the friend I grew up with found out Bailey Jingyu took his sister, he barged into his manor to save her, yet they both died. I wanted to take some men and turn his home upside down, but brother told on me to father and had me confined home for 10 years, afraid that I'll offend that bastard. I realized then that our company has grown weak. The company used to mock Bailey Jingyu's incompetence, with Gold Boss City's entire power belonging to us, but that's when I knew that we were mocking ourselves. A useless fool is able to kill the guard of the merchant company that trades in all the lands without so much as a slap on the wrist. What will happen when a true city lord comes along? The bright and strong company on the surface is shaking from within. Ha, maybe not. Zhuofan chuckled. The Serene Shores Trading only came along as a tool to connect the 5 lands by the 5 leadership. But if a tool goes bad, you change it. You can't get too confident in yourself. While your father and brother are indeed a bit too cautious. Regarding that incident 3 years ago, it didn't matter if it was anyone else, but since it was Bailey Jingwei that came to power, he knows what matters are crucial and where to draw the line. Did you think it'd change anything if you ruined his manor? You're a tool that still needs using, and Bailey Jingwei won't throw it away. While on the contrary, if you had handed the boy personally to Bailey Jingyu, then praise him of his qualities, showing your stance and being suave, the Prime Minister might be even willing to pay back in kind. The Bailey clan has plenty of people and can do away with a dead weight, ha ha ha. Wu Randong gave him a long look and his face grew solemn, right? We could have asked Bailey Jingwei for help, but thinking they're all Bailey, maybe they'd cast out one of their own, since their relationship is strained. All things hang in the balance. Being headstrong tips it. Zhuofan had a vague smile as he muttered, Serene Shores Trading's pursuit for money made it lack in many areas, making it weak despite its tough front. As for the second young master, he's too rash and impulsive. It's only a matter of time before he invites disaster. However, with me in control, there'll be no problems. Also, unlike his other kin, Wu Randong is passionate and far easier to mold for my use. He'll make a good lackey. What did you say? Wu Randong was stunned at his prattling. Zhuofan gave his most evil smile. Second young master, I know why you hate the company. Deep love breeds deeper hatred. You hate its weakness, being unable to protect yours and losing your dignity as merchant. It's one thing when you're powerless and a whole nother when you're not. The humiliation is unbearable, right? Wu Randong sighed and nodded. Great, I got the picture. Now let me ask you this. How will you handle the company if you were to lead it? Will you be a loose cannon like before? Me? Wu Randong flinched, shaking his head. No way. Dad decided 3 years ago that brother will be following him. How? Zhuofan smirked. Nothing's absolute. I'm just asking if you'll be the same if you'd be leading. Wu Randong's heart shook. He never stopped to think of things like that, because he knew how he was, too reckless, unlike his able brother. You hate how weak the company became, but aren't you even weaker? Zhuofan bewitched him. Real strength comes from supreme power. If you want to change the company, you must first wield it. I'm here to make it happen, but you don't want to. Whatever happens to your company you don't like, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. You don't want to be strong, so stop showing dislike for the cowardly company. All of you are the same. Wu Randong shuddered and grimaced. Then his eyes shone with conviction. Whenever did I say I won't take it? If Dad gives me the power, I will make the company be born anew. That's the right attitude. The strong don't whine, but think of how to step on the weak. Even if they aren't weak, you'll make them feel weak. Furthermore, the strong don't make excuses for their failures because of others' faults. Zhuofan gave a creepy chuckle. Better not regret it later, second young master. Regret? Wu Randong had a really bad feeling looking at his strange smile. All that he could tell was that he had struck a deal with the devil. Chapter 959, Believe It. Chapter 959, Believe It. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. Wu Randong felt tense seeing the evil smirk on Zhuofan's face, just as a dozen people landed in front of them, with his brother and father in the lead looking at the ruins around. The two were furious and slapped his face red. Bastard son, how much trouble do you need to give the company before it's enough? Guard, take second young master, and never let him out of your vicinity or out of his room. I'll be holding you responsible for him. Wu Ranz was just as pissed, his eyes icy as he spat. The guards nodded and grabbed Wu Randong. Second young master, don't make the eldest young master and the master any angrier. Just come with us. Ignoring them and even his father's slap, Wu Randong kept staring at Zhuofan. More puzzled than ever, Zhuofan returned a beaming smile. Sir, 1,000 apologies. I've failed as a father and had my son disturb you. Please forgive me. Ignoring his worthless son, the old man bowed before Zhuofan. He was not just at peak soul harmony stage, but also the head of the company, yet here he was, bowing and being humble. It only worked to prove just how important the deal was for them. I hope my foolish son's recklessness did not affect our deal. Juefan chuckled. Of course not, me and your second young master were only sparring. It wasn't done out of recklessness. May I be presumptuous and assume that Senior is the head of the Serene Shores Trading? Yes, he is the clan head and the Serene Shores Trading's chairman, Wu Jiangtao. Wu Ran smiled and made the introduction, not forgetting to apologize as well. Brother has crossed the line earlier, and I'm most grateful for Sir's patience in forgetting his transgression. I represent the company when I say thank you and I apologize. Wu Jiangtao bobbed his head. Yes, Sir's endless patience is an outstanding quality of a great man. Our Serene Shores Trading is most honored to work with you, sir. The two of them kept being overly nice and humble to their client, all to ease his anger and not botch the deal of the century. Juefan chuckled knowingly and nodded without a single trace of anger. The father and son let out a long breath. Sir. Wu Jiangtao hesitated before getting straight to the point. My company wouldn't look into Sir's credentials, a practice my company has followed since it was founded, and Sir can trust us to use everything in our power to seal the deal. However, what, Chairman Wu? You can just say it. Having gone over to the City Lord to get his approval, we had no choice but to report on the items being sent and forced to hand over Sir's items. He got so excited that Wu Jiangtao was hesitating, putting on a heavy grimace. He wants to meet with Sir and discuss. Juefan's brow shook. He wants to talk with me. Of course, as Sir entrusts us with all the process, Sir wouldn't want to have to deal with such pesky people. If there's anything not to your liking, you can leave it to our company to proceed, although I'm afraid that it will take some time. Please be patient. Wu Jiangtao and Wu Ran's bowed, looking ashamed. Juefan's eyes flashed, not minding it at all. It's fine, there's no trouble. I'll just have to go through with visiting the City Lord. Since I received his invitation, I'll be honored to go with you to meet with him. Ha ha ha. That's great, we will take you there, sir. I'm afraid the City Lord isn't like us and will demand some information. Please forgive us, sir. If at any time his questions are invasive, Sir can leave it to us. You're so thoughtful, thank you. Juefan smiled. The father and son were humbled. It's only right. Juefan followed the two to a grand castle, taking 1 hour to get there. There were guards on each side standing at attention to welcome them. They were expecting them, not even sending someone to report their arrival, only showing them in with a bow, before an impressive door. Knock. Who is it? Lord, it's Wu Jiangtao and we have brought the Sir along. Ha ha ha. Gold Boss City's true man in charge laughed and was quite humble, as if this nominal city lord was the actual ruler of the city. A bright laughter welcomed them. Ha ha ha, great, please come in, Mogul. The door opened for the trio and they entered with shock. The decoration in this place had them astounded, or maybe impressed. The tons of jewelry and wealth notwithstanding, what drew the eyes were the many glittering plates dangling from the ceiling, feasting their eyes with their fragrance. On the floor, there were many channels crisscrossing around until they gathered up ahead to a huge pond, soothing their minds with the smell of wine. In the middle of that pond was a ball of blubber, his lower body covered with silk, leaving his round and huge reflective belly out in the open. 2 girls hung on his arms, being quite promiscuous in their gestures. So this thing was Bailey Jingyu, the city lord of Gold Boss City? Well, he's rotten enough to look the part and even stay at Radiant Stage for so many centuries. And he was of the imperial family, having the Patriarch's blessings and a stream of endless pills and spirit stones that should have placed him on the finish line from the start. Radiant Stage could be overlooked, but that protruding belly he cultivated all these years made him a first-class idiot. He must have used all those pills and money to get his fat to focus on his huge gut. Humph, one look at that hideous swell and you'd know it was built on people's suffering. Juefan cared not about stuff like that. He only wanted to know when this fat man would let him use the commercial line, so this is debauchery in the truest sense. Lord must really enjoy himself, haha. Zhuofan chuckled, looking around. The ball of fat lit up and gave a thumbs up. Sir, is amazing to notice how I'm recreating the wine pond and lavish food plates of the ancients. We're the same, ha ha ha. Screw you. Even a blind guy could see where all this food and wine comes from. And what kind of ancients have you been following after? The dumbest kind. Zhuofan's face twitched. This moron is rotten to the core, and the worst part, he takes pride in it. Letting Bailey Jingwei stay in Goldba City was giving tons of power over to Serene Shores Trading. Sir, I always ask every guest that comes here what they think of the decor. None of them answer, only you. I can tell you're a man of culture, bosom buddies, ha ha ha. Ugh, gag me with a spoon. Bailey Jingyu stood, and the silk on his lower body slipped and drifted with the wine, and the girls at his side got a cape to drape on him. It was such an outrageous view that it even got the humbled Wu Jiangtao to turn his head with a red face. Zhuofan was utterly speechless. Dude, this is just common courtesy, and yet you're rolling in it without shame. I've seen my fair share of degenerates, but you're the very first to take so much pride in it. You're a real eye-opener. Though Zhuofan was not about to be so blunt, simply chuckling and nodding. I must say, me and City Lord are kindred spirits, friends in the same field. It must be fate that had us meet. I like what you're saying, sir. In all my years, no one has ever touched me with their words like you do. Sit, sir, please. Bailey Jingyu's eyes lit up in joy and pointed at an ostentatious chair at the side. The father and son looked at each other and sighed. Bailey Jingyu is such a degenerate, he believes anything he says. Chapter 960, Ganging Up. Chapter 960, Ganging Up. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuofan and the Wu father and son pair sat down, with Bailey Jingyu also taking the main seat, in all his indecency, with just a white silk across his bulging midsection. As for the two girls, they kept serving him regardless. Sir, since we're bosom buddies, I hope you won't mind while I talk with you like this. Not like I'll change, even if you do. This is how I've always been in Goldba City, a man of my word and headstrong, ha ha ha. Lord, never ever change. I love your character. Zhuofan waved his hand, showing his admiration. The Goldba City is your domain, and no one can stop City Lord from doing what he loves. Make sure to kick out anyone who disapproves of it. Let the world see who's the man in charge, who is the true City Lord. Bailey Jingyu's eyes lit up, then stood and walked to Zhuofan. He reached out his blubbery hand and shook Zhuofan's hard. Brother, friend, why couldn't I have met you earlier? Everyone says that I should act my station and be more of a city lord, but only you understand my pain. I wish we could have met ages ago. The feeling is mutual, hee hee. Zhuofan smiled, taking his hands out of those trotters with a touched expression that got Bailey Jingyu even more overjoyed. This was what it meant to go on an endless search, only to just look around to find what you needed. Anyone would be thrilled about meeting a friend that knew you best. The Wu father and son's faces fell, their minds frantic. They worked so hard to get the capricious tub of lard to fall in line, yet this kid showed up with a few words and had him at his whim. Bailey Jingyu has no sense of self. He's only being overly nice since he'll be leaving anyway. He wants nothing to do with you, unlike us who are stuck with you. He doesn't care, but we do. You just let yourself go and enjoy his praises. Anyway, that's something we can never stomach. Ahem. Wu Jiangtao cut off the two's touching friendship and smiled. City Lord, Sir wishes to speak with you about the commercial line. Would it be possible to go easier? Oh well. Bailey Jingyu's face changed, taking back his fat hands and sitting in his chair with a frown. It's a problem, all right. Chairman Wu, the commercial line is only used to transport goods, a channel approved by the other 4 states. But as it is on the Empire's domain, it's under tight jurisdiction. It's not something to be used on a whim. A serious inspection will have to take place each time it's activated, along with thorough examination. I may be the city lord of Goldba City and wield great power, but I have great responsibilities as well. I can't just approve of it out of the blue. Who will be held accountable of any mishaps?" Wu Jiangtao frowned and nodded. "We know Lord's pain, but Sir is our most important client. Please, City Lord, help us out and be a little flexible?" "What flexible?" Bailey Jingyu huffed. "Do you know who's behind him? Do you know anything about why he wants to use the commercial line?" "No, you don't. So how can I be flexible? Every use of the commercial line must be put on record." Wu Jiangtao looked at Zhuofan and lowered his head. Zhuofan looked at the three of them with an impassive face. "Is the fatso that stubborn? He's been dealing with Serene Shores trading for years yet never gives them any leeway? Two bosses can't ever reach a consensus. Then there's this old Wu's attitude. He's acting like he's doing me a favor but actually telling the fatso what to do. Are they ganging up on me, is that it?" Zhuofan squinted, putting his plan in motion. "Lord, as bosom buddies, I hope to enjoy Lord's power for one tiny matter. But I guess City Lord is tied down by his duty, your power being so different from any other City Lord and can't do everything. I'm sorry for my rudeness, but I'll have no choice but to travel all the way to the imperial capital and use talk with the other lords." Zhuofan stood up, walking and muttering, "The City Lord holds no power here and the city would be better off without one. What a pain in the ass." "Who said that?" The ball of fat rumbled in anger. "My word is law here. If you want to do anything, I vow to make it happen." "Truly?" "Yes." Bailey Jingyu nodded heavily. Zhuofan spoke with a smirk. "I want to use the commercial line." "Not a problem. Old Wu, get it ready for him." Bailey Jingyu declared, "Ahehem." Wu Jiangtao had to interject again with a red face, trying to get him to cool off, but the Lord was blinded by anger. "Old man, enough with the coughing. Just go home and fix it. Anyway, it'll take 3 days to get the commercial line ready. Then you can use it. I'm the Lord here and what I say is law." "Thank you so much, oh great City Lord." Zhuofan cupped his hands and left. He only got to the door when the fatty shouted, "Wait, come back." "What is it, City Lord? What thanks are you talking about?" Bailey Jingyu felt his dignity insulted, put on the spot and made promises while forgetting to ask for demands. Only now he recalled that he was getting nothing for it, so he was downright blunt about getting a bribe beaming. Zhuofan held out his ring and the fatty raised his and knocked with it. Zhuofan wiggled his eyebrows. "City Lord, recognize this? It's amazing. 100,000 demon spirit stones." Bailey Jingyu showed a wide smile and nodded. "Sir is a true friend indeed. Next time you drop by Goldbaugh City, don't forget to pay your friend a visit." "Of course, City Lord. I'll never forget you, ha ha ha." Zhuofan left with a smile. Bam. The door slammed shut and Zhuofan's face was ice cold. "Damn you, Serene Shores Trading, you dare gang up on me? Too bad the moment I saw the fatso, I kicked you from being the middleman. But next time we meet, all your company will be in my pocket, humph." Zhuofan's eyes flashed and smirked. After he left, Wu Jiangtao turned to the pleased fatty. "Lord, this isn't anything like we agreed upon." "How so? Didn't I get him to fork some more goodies?" Bailey Jingyu fondled his ring and showed a depraved smile. Wu Jiangtao's beard shook. "We still know nothing about him. How are we going to hold talks with him? How are we going to negotiate? Isn't that your company's rule, to not look into your clients? This is different. You know very well how important these are." Wu Jiangtao gnashed his teeth. "It's beyond even the North Sea gel. With a monopoly on it, nothing can shake our position in the 5 lands and all the profits will be ours. All the powers will scramble to buy from us, and we'll have control over the 5 lands market. And you will reap immensely from it. You dare give something so serious to other lands? If Prime Minister gets word of this..." Bailey Jingyu gave him a cold look. Wu Jiangtao spoke. "Lord, we're both clear of your integrity, or lack thereof. Since when did you care about the Sword Star Empire? Ha ha ha, yeah, I never did since it won't collapse. Anything good or bad to it won't mean anything to me. All I care about is endless wealth. Giving the ring a sloppy kiss, Bailey Jingyu grinned. The demon spirit stones in here are way more than you got. With these, I can use them on the other nobles of the imperial capital and take it up a notch, hee hee. A narrow-minded fool. Wu Jiangtao gnashed his teeth. If we had used this chance to know more about him, we'd have a way to keep in touch, making our supply endless. But now, if he leaves for good, he will be back. How do you know? Think about it. Such a big deal is only done with your serene shores trading. And also, with how agreeable I was, he'll be sure to return. Bailey Jingyu's eyes flashed. Wu Jiangtao's face twitched and his face fell. This guy's confidence is through the roof, eating up every praise the guy gave. Though he's right about one thing. Only their company got to make such a huge deal. He had nowhere else to go to with this. The father and son eased their worries. Chapter 961, Popular. Chapter 961, Popular. Proofreader, Papatonks. After thinking it over, Wu Jiangtao and Wu Ranz exchanged a glance and sighed in regret. They planned on bringing Zhuofan to the city lord so they could flank him on both sides and gain his trust to lead to a better cooperation, but this guy broke it off completely. Bailey Jingyu was so moronic and useless that a bit of praising got to his head and got him to accept anything on the spot. Anyone that had met with Bailey Jingyu had some, if not complete, disgust for this city lord over his degeneracy. To keep such revulsion hidden and simper in such a smooth way was an amazing talent in and of itself. Wu Jiangtao took a deep breath and addressed Bailey Jingyu. City lord, the talk now didn't even earn us his identity. What are we supposed to put on record? Just put whatever. Haven't we always been doing this? Bailey Jingyu mocked. Don't think for a second that I don't know what you're doing. Only a couple of the transfers are genuinely reported every day while the rest are fake. Humph. Wu Jiangtao nodded. Yeah, it's hard to keep them all in the open. It's easy to see it. Wu Jiangtao sighed and left with his son. However, Bailey Jingyu's drawn-out voice came again. Old Wu, do you have any good stuff around? Mind sending some my way? Wu Jiangtao jerked, knowing where he was going with this, and turned to the two girls. Lord, don't you already have them? I've been upping my cultivation regime, and need many more cultivation cauldrons. Wu Jiangtao sighed. City lord, it would have been so much better if that was so, and you wouldn't have stayed at just the radiant stage. Why lie when you're clearly out to have fun with them? Yeah, I got bored of them and want new toys. No longer bothering to cover up his vices, Bailey Jingyu spoke the truth. But then he changed topics. Also, I don't want someone from your clan. I don't want to get burned. Wu Jiangtao chuckled. Lord, what's that supposed to mean? You know well enough. Bailey Jingwu scoffed. I didn't use to see what you guys were up to or how things are done, but working together these past 2 years, even a fool would know. 3 years ago, you sent that girl over so your son would make a scene and then threaten me to break it off with Bailey Jingwei. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing these 2 years. Be thankful I'm still keeping the peace. All I ever care about is going on as I am, enjoying the carefree life of a city lord, so don't ever try to play me. Wu Jiangtao nodded. All right, it's not any trick anyway. I only did that because you were getting out of hand and needed to be reined in. Wealth and politics don't match, the golden rule of our company. As long as you stick to your business, we'll stick to ours. Get some rest, city lord, I shall take my leave. Furthermore, I let you meet our client as you were as a show of strength. Next time, remember to have some decency. You're the city lord of Goldboss City, so act like it. Wu Jiangtao left with his son. It's my business how I am, not yours, you old coot. Bailey Jingyu roared behind them, then put on a cocky expression as he returned to his wine bath. What's so wrong about how I am? Didn't someone appreciate me just now? Humph, that sir has good eyes at least, a man of culture, he. Meanwhile, Wu Ran sported a dark face as he exited the castle. Father, I can't believe that fool actually figured it out. We can't have brother know about this, about sacrificing the brother and sister like that. He'll blow things out of proportions. I know that, but I never expected this to remain hidden forever. Wu Jiangtao turned cold. To control the 250th city lord, I had to take appropriate measures. The only reason I bother trying to keep it hidden from Randong is due to his temper. Anyway, watch your brother and don't let him get close to that dumb city lord. Also, where is the client? We have to stick around as much as possible over the next 3 days and gain this big fish's trust. Wu Ran's nodded with determination. Don't worry, father, I'll make it so he will be sure to cooperate with us indefinitely. Wu Jiangtao nodded, showing his confidence in his eldest son. Over the next 3 days, Wu Ran's was hard at work as the best host out there to Zhuofan. His favoritism didn't stop at showing him the best attractions in town, but also giving no small amount of pills and ores as gifts, all for the sake of give and take. Zhuofan struck many more deals with Wu Ran's and had given him hundreds of thousands of demonic spirit stones. The joy on Wu Ran's was obvious, taking it as a sign of future wonderful cooperation. Thus, Wu Ran's threw himself completely into the task of looking after his most important client, while not forgetting to start selling his prized goods to the outsider. At a premium, of course, and to the high society of the empire. Money made the world go round. Bailey Jingyu saw the Serene Shores trading acting like the best host, and since he finally found a true friend who knew him best at long last, he started giving the same honor as well, showing Zhuofan the city and its impressive sights with the city lord and the company's eldest young master tending to someone in full daylight. They began catching many eyes and curiosity as to Zhuofan's identity. Of course, they learned nothing, as not even the two hosts knew any more after so much research into anything that might give them the smallest idea as to who this mystery client was. Towards a tight-lipped man such as Zhuofan, any other city lord would instantly grow suspicious and try to get to the bottom of this. Not this lord, though, a hedonist who only cared about himself and had no right to even be a city lord to begin with, was content to let matters rest. As for the Serene Shores trading, they only had money in their eyes. Like so, Zhuofan stayed in Gold Boss City these 3 days without anyone finding anything about him. Now the commercial line was ready for his personal use. All formalities were handled by the city lord. Money sure paved the way in this case. Just as he was taking young Sanzi to go through and to Western lands, a shocking news stirred the entire Sword Star Empire. It led to Zhuofan, the vile demon, finally leaving his mark on the peaceful rich town of Goldba. One of disaster. Prime Minister, Goldba City's Lord, Bailey Jingyu has sent a gift. May your future be limitless and live forever. In the Prime Minister's house in the imperial capital, Bailey Jingwei just entered his home with Shangguan Feiyun and Dan Qingshun, when a servant bowed and presented a black stone. Bailey Jingwei frowned. You mean that idiot Bailey Jingyu sent this? Take it back. I'm going to see the Patriarch and have no time for gift. The man hesitated. Bailey Jingyu had warned again and again to give this gift to the Prime Minister and pave the way to his career. But now the Prime Minister wouldn't even hear it. Dan Qingshun chuckled and advised, Prime Minister Bailey, why must you deny his kind intentions? Ha ha ha. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, this guy is as useless as it gets from a human being, an annoying fly who clings to his miserable existence. His gift has strings attached, and I'm not about to gamble with the safety of the Empire over some moron. Bailey Jingwei spoke coldly. Shangguan Feiyun muttered, He's the Lord of Goldba City, where Serene Shores trading is. Why then did you place him there if you disdain him so much? For the exact same reason as you mentioned. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Since coming to office, I've promoted trade heavily. By leaving any competent lord behind, then Serene Shores Trading wouldn't have grown to this size. Since this dead weight was laying around, might as well use him for something. On one hand, he's there as deterrence, to show that we still care about that place and not let the merchants go overboard. And two, he won't cause any trouble to them. I bet that these past years, that old Wu must have gotten him to play along. Anyway, he's there to keep things in balance, and I don't expect him to do anything worthy of note. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister is so shrewd, using everyone to the bone. Not even a dead weight escapes you. Shangguan Feiyun's sarcastic laugh came, then turned to the black stone with a curious gaze. What could this thing be? I've never seen it before. With a vague smile, the servant bowed. Prime Minister and Sword Kings, this is a new item sold by the Serene Shores Trading, that's all the rave right now. In just 3 days, the Imperial capital's high class have been fighting over it. City Lord had sent to all the princes and generals without any refusing him. Prime Minister, who only came back to Imperial capital, isn't yet aware of this. Just what is it to make it so popular? Shangguan Feiyun held it out of curiosity. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.